presenter, but that is supposed to be invited by the session chair. So I hand over to the session chair to take us through the next one. Honorable Enos, I think the floor is yours. That is supposed to be invited by the session chair. Session chair to take us through the next one. Honorable Enos, the floor is yours.
Honorable members, chair, and the team, I want to, hello? Are we? Sorry, the microphone is off. Okay, we are back. Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, I want to welcome you to this session. And of course, I take this opportunity also to thank you for being with us this morning and having been with us yesterday. Yesterday was a fruitful day in which we all understood our roles as members of parliament, what we need to do. We all understood from the communications and engagements that we had from our speakers of yesterday that we need to, first of all, create the class or be the class that will advance this cause. We need to be the class that will popularize the integration of our community, our states. We need to be the class that will have everyone within the community on board. How we do it, first of all, we need to legislate to make sure that we have a borderless community. We have one communication platform, one language, share the same airspace without any restrictions, have the same tax regimes. And then once all that has been achieved, I believe, we would be ready for the rest of the treaties, or I call them the protocols, the political federation and others. But those are the views that we had yesterday. Today we need to look at what the other players within the community can contribute to this. Because yesterday was more of the leadership side. Today we want to listen to other partners, our partners in achieving this integration. And part of that, we have the civil society. Before I go very far, I would like to ask Dr. Moses Isoba to join me here as the main discussant of today's session. Dr. Moses Isoba is the Executive Director of Uganda National NGO Forum. That alone tells you what we are up to for this day, looking at what the civil society can do for us. Please join me on either left or right, whichever you can come. Today we want to engage ourselves with other players and see how best we can work with them to achieve this integration. Yesterday was more of the political class, the leadership class, what we want to do or what we need to do as members of parliament and members of PEACA, and how best we can also move to make sure that all the other member states, we have their members of parliament embrace and be part of PEACA. So today we want to look at what we can do once we have popularized that and become part of the community and everyone is part on board. How can we work with the civil society? So civil society this morning is represented by Dr. Isoba Moses, seated on my left. Honorable members, I want to introduce to you Moses Isoba. He's a holder of a master's degree in natural resources management from the University of Science in Norway, Oslo, Norway. He holds multiple postgraduate trainings from Israel, Sweden, and Pakistan. Prior to joining the NGO Forum, Dr. Isoba was working as a governance advisor with Action Aid in Denmark. He also worked as a program coordinator of the civil and political rights, a component of the Danida Human Rights and Good Governance Program in Uganda. Honorable members, I want you to welcome Dr. Isoba with a big round of applause. Dr. Isoba, the floor is yours. Without wasting much of our time, please, you can take over the podium. We're supposed to start from 8:40 to 9:40. That means we had 1 hour for this session, but now we have started 1 hour late, but it was well designed. So we have started at 10:40, meaning that we shall end our session at 11:40. You have 30 minutes of presentation and 30 minutes of discussion. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Enos, and thank you to all the honorables in the room, all protocol observed. Just give me half a minute to ensure that the technical team have made the presentation ready. I think it is, yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay. My name is Moses Isoba, with the Executive Director at the Uganda National NGO Forum, which is a platform of over 650 organizations in this country. And I'm making this presentation on behalf of the entire civil sector in this country. The presentation that we're going to make, this is just a quick outline. It's going to be a bit of an introduction about the partners that have made the contribution to this. And then we'll go into a bit of the context and the issues for consideration, and then we'll do a conclusion. The CSOs, of course, play a critical role. And first of all, we recognize the role of the members of parliament. And we appreciate the efforts that is played out by the members of parliament of Uganda and IARA in the integration agenda. The CSOs definitely have played various platforms at a national and ESC level. We made contributions to multiple aspects. Now, in terms of a bit of giving you a bit of an outline, I mean, the Uganda NGO Forum, which is a platform. We are over, as I said, 650. We are an interlocutor between the sector and the government. And then CIATINI, which is the South and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiation Institute, is an NGO that's also a member of NGO Forum. We have Oxfam that has been with us since the 60s. The main thrust of their work is on inequality. We have YASI, which is the East African Sub-Regional Support Initiative for Advancement of Women. As the name could suggest, the main thrust of their work is really on strengthening capacity of women, youth, and civil society organizations in leadership, economic empowerment, and advocacy. And then we have Action Aid as well. Action Aid is a global movement of people working together on issues of human rights to defeat poverty. Now, regional integration, trade, investment, and fiscal policy is where I would like to give a bit of a focus here. This is quite indispensable if we're going to do economic recovery and have sustainable development, especially at the time when economies are recovering from the pandemic. The economic policies are interlinked and mutually reinforcing one another in order to promote what I said, the economic recovery and sustainable development. Regional integration, without any doubt, plays a pivotal role in consolidating, amplifying the opportunities for the region to capture markets, exploit economies of scale, attract investment, facilitate value addition, create jobs and others. Maybe even before I continue, I should have started by pressing a caveat on this presentation. The caveat is that I know that the different members of Parliament, you are perhaps at your different times of your life cycle of legislating. Some could be new, others could be old, and
Sorry, Moses, a minute. Your team, if they can help us get copies of your presentation for members, I think that would make it easier.
Yeah, they will. So so if we get into a little bit of details, and this sounds like a cup of tea or a walk in the park, it could be actually to benefit the others. But yeah, the team, could you make a couple of hard copies, and then make sure that the facilitator gets a soft copy quickly. Trade and investment play a key role in regional integration. And regional communities, whether we talk about EAC, whether we're talking about SADC, COMESA, all these building blocks of the African Continental Trade Area Agreement. And this represents an important milestone, first of all, in the structural transformation of the African economies. In terms of achievements, we want to recognize the numerous achievements that the bloc, the regional integration, has done. In the social, economic, and political sphere, we recognize the achievement in the economic market, in the common market, and the increased intra-regional trade, the simplified trade regime, the anthems, the passport, and a couple of others. And that we are proud the EAC regional integration for that. However, we also acknowledge the challenges. And I would like to spend some time on this, which are the challenges that are facing the EAC regional integration. Like we were told yesterday, this is a journey that started way back in 1964. I think those who were there in the midwifery room of the integration, many of them have passed on, and the train sort of left the station. And we need to pay attention to these challenges if we're going to make sure that we're able to achieve the regional integration that we want. But a couple of challenges here which we are highlighting. The non-tariff barriers, the border closures, the trade tensions, the language barrier, the continued non-adherence to the treaty. And then for some members, the multiple block membership. Tanzania is a member of the EAC, but at the same time, a member of SADC. And then what we're calling the weak dispute settlement mechanism, among others. These stand out as challenges that need urgent attention. The limited involvement or participation of the ordinary people or the wananchi, remains an issue. When the protocols, decisions, treaties are oftentimes signed, maybe not oftentimes, these are signed by our political leaders, whether we're talking about the summit, the council ministers, and the YARA, they are ratified by our parliaments. And the expectation is that the implementation is going to be undertaken by the East African Affairs Ministry. But the greatest challenge is that the level of awareness among the citizens remains very minimal, or quite marginal. It's difficult then for the wananchi to hold the decisions makers accountable, either for inaction or for something that may not be going quite well. So this is something that we think also needs attention. We erect a couple of recommendations here. One is they need to review the East African Treaty to address key issues, such as the vibrant dispute settlement mechanism, the language issue to include French, to address the issues of reciprocity, where all partner states should be benefiting from the existing opportunities for as long as standards are met. Two is to operationalize the EAC elimination of non-tariff barriers, and then addressing the non-tariff barriers through the institutionalization of the EAC Trade Remedies Committee. This, we think that the committee should address the rules of origin, among others. And then another important thing that we want to draw your attention to is address the issue of variable geometry. While this is, of course, a point of discussion in various instances, we think that it's important to attend to it. Because if we're letting decisions to be as and when you want it, come out at the speed you want, we think that that's something that may require your attention. Two, to fast track the conclusion of the EAC Model Investment Treaty to address the issues of competition and the race to the bottom. The third one here is to operationalize the EAC industrialization policy and the need to undertake joint efforts to address the emerging issues around climate change and the just energy transitions to renewable clean energy, that this needs attention. Now, let me switch gears here and address issues that are related to the physical issues. One is that to look at the tax harmonization, and this is quite important. The EAC region has made strides in harmonizing the tax laws, and that we are proud the EAC, including developing the East African Customs Management Act, the EAC Double Taxation Agreement of 2011. In addition, and as part of the process to promote integration within the regions, countries in the EAC have adopted a unified budget approach. We're reading our budget on the same day. We are sharing our themes, and that's important. The challenge is the delayed ratification of the EAC agreement for avoidance of double taxation. The agreement for avoidance of avoidance of double taxation is intended to, for a couple of things. One is to avoid the double taxation, to be able to stimulate the cross-border investment, and the rest to the bottom, and close loopholes that could emerge with taxation of cross-border income. Now, the double taxation treaty signed way back in 2010 has gone unratified for 11 years. And that remains a challenge. And then we would offer a bit of what we think needs to be done. Also, given the contextual challenges within the region, the expected boom of mining, oil and gas sector, the establishment now of international financial centers or hubs in Rwanda, in Kigali, it is very likely that the treaty may not be entirely fit for purpose because of this. We're having new members coming in, DRC and perhaps soon Somalia, and we offer a bit of recommendations here. One is that the members of parliament should champion the need for the member states to harmonize, ratify the treaty, but more still, the EAC double taxation agreement should be amended. The amendment would be to mandate the fraction of members who have ratified the treaty to implement the treaty without necessarily saying that, for as long as the rest of the members haven't ratified, none of the member states can proceed to implement. And then, of course, it may be very good to have sanctions for those that are not ratifying. The non-alignment to the model ESC double taxation treaty for member states to guide the tax treaty negotiations between the countries. A couple of things here that we would like to bring to your attention as civil society, that the model ESC double taxation treaty was adopted in 2017 to provide a common ESC position as member states negotiate with other countries to avoid the race to the bottom. However, we find that it's still not clear whether the ongoing negotiations of the new and existing treaties are conforming to the provisions of the treaty. And having a common guide for the negotiation of the double taxation agreements among the partner states is definitely key to promoting the tax harmonization, preventing the race to the bottom, as well as tax avoidance and evasion within the region. Our recommendation is that members of parliament should ensure that tax treaties are aligned to the ESC model, double taxation agreement model. Let me spend a few minutes on the ESC Council Directive on Harmonization of Tax Incentives. In 2014, the partner states adopted the Council Directives on Harmonization of Tax Incentives. And again, this is to avoid the harmful tax exemptions, the rest of the bottom, to be able to attract investment. This was partly intended to address the challenge of arbitrary tax incentives and exemptions, which would definitely lead to the tremendous revenue loss to the partner countries. We recommend that the members of parliament should demand for the ESC Secretariat to push for a signing of the Code of Conduct against harmful tax competition, the ESC double taxation agreement, and the investment policy by the heads of partner states. Another important issue that we would like to bring to your attention is the aspect of the public debt. We recognize a little bit with pain here that there is limited adherence to the member countries to the macroeconomic convergence criteria as stipulated in the East African Monetary Union Protocol. The fiscal deficit grants as a percentage of GDP not going beyond 3%. And then furthermore here, other member states have had their debt to GDP ratio and have even surpassed the 50% threshold. And we provide a little bit of details in our presentation. High public debt, private borrowing not only contributes to financial vulnerabilities, but would also widen the interest rate and perhaps would be injurious to the social indicators of the wananchi. The East African Monetary Union Protocol provides for the establishment of the East African Surveillance Compliance and Enforcement Commission. And this would enforce compliance, of course, to the convergence targets, including the debt to the GDP ratio. Such an institution, regrettably, has not yet been established. IARA has not passed the bill for the establishment of the commission since 2018. As such, the ESC Secretariat finds itself that has no mechanism to enforce compliance to debt sustainability indicators and physical rules that might have been agreed on by the partner states. And the delayed establishment of the commission, as I said, commission hasn't been since 2018. The delayed establishment of this commission has in one or another fostered deviation from the threshold as established in the macroeconomic convergence criteria of the monetary union, of the East African Monetary Union. Our recommendations, we call upon IARA to fast track the passing of the East African Surveillance Compliance and Enforcement Bill, which would enforce compliance to the convergence targets. We also call upon the partner state governments to align of national legislations and policies such as public debt management frameworks, debt management strategies to be able to adhere to regional protocols. This is a little bit crowded but what we're trying to say here is that the failure to adopt the medium-term convergence program by some member states, remains as a problem. Some member states have not developed their medium-term convergence program to facilitate the agreed criteria considering each country's economic circumstances. We provide a recommendation that we call upon the Council of Ministers to ensure that each country has a medium-term convergence program. And the implications for not having is that we won't see the fast growth, accomplishing the adherence of the convergence criteria. We also call upon the Sectoral Council on the Finance and Economic Affairs to ensure timeliness in reviewing the process of this medium-term convergence program. Continuation of here is that there's a bit of weak transparency and accountability in data acquisition, the utilization for public to access data information. The challenge that after scrutiny of loan proposals presented before Parliament in the member states, like if I pick out Uganda, committee reports, Hansards are not publicly available to the public in a timely manner. Also, loan agreements are not available to the public before and after loan approval. This comes, of course, with a challenge. The challenge could be either acquisition of loan agreements, which could be with bad terms. But of course, also this undermines the role of the public in monitoring debt-funded projects, since there is limited knowledge on what has been entailed in these projects. And so in terms of our recommendations, we call upon the partner states to establish a debt register, and IARA should mandate states to put up a comprehensive online debt registries, and it should mandate national parliaments to provide regular reports detailing proceedings from their scrutiny into the various loan agreements. Kenya, which took the initiative to ensure that external loans acquired by the country are shared publicly on the website, and that means be applauded. However, more information needs to be captured, more information on the loans acquired as well as accountability. These debt registers should clearly indicate which projects the debt is going to fund, creditor both domestic and external loans from the creditors. Gender considerations. Definitely the conversation will not end if we do not touch on this as well. With the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020, the region faced quite a sharp increase in gender-based violence. The ministry is responsible for gender across the region reported almost a 48% increase in these gender-based violence cases are reported to the police. With the increase of women participating in the economy, there is also need to enhance gender equality in access to economic opportunities and the control over productive opportunities or resources. Our call here, our prayer is that the IARA and national parliament should prevail upon partner states to assent to the EAC, Gender Equality, Equity and Development Bill of 2016, and thereafter implement the law. Pass, assent, and implement the EAC, Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights Bill of 2021. And finally, retable the EAC Female Genital Mutilation Bill that has since lapsed. As civil society, we also want to speak on the issue of civic space. The East African region in totality has a grossly vibrant and diverse formations. The sector in the different countries existing is multiple, addressing different issues, could be human rights, could be HIV, it could be natural resource management, child rights. It's a whole range of issues that is addressed by the civil society. And just as a reminder here that the article of 127 of the Constitutive Act of the Establishment of the Community, the partner states pledged to create an enabling environment for the private sector and civil society as one of the key ingredients to attain the objectives of the EAC. However, we have witnessed several instances that constrain civic space, and this could be multiple assaults on the sector. We've seen restrictive legal and regulatory instruments on civil society organizations. There's been government's interference in civic work and continued harassment of voices of dissent, revocation of operating permits of these CSOs. Sometimes it's even goes as bad as freezing bank accounts, arrests of civic actors, and then the continuous negative narratives that are pervaded around. It's not unusual to hear, civil society being described as foreign agents, economic saboteurs, and all those ugly negative narratives. And this further constrains the work of civil society. And this defeats, of course, the spirit of integration and compromise the ability of CSOs to perform their role in ensuring that the integration process proceeds with the involvement of citizens. There is a need, of course, to create a uniform checklist for registration and monitoring of CSOs. That's a given. I mean, as a sector, regulation is not contested. Compliance is not contested. But we're calling that there is need to create a uniform checklist for registration. The partner states should establish a mechanism to recognize CSO contributions at the regional level. There is need for ERA to monitor partner states in relation to their respect of associational rights and freedoms underlying the civil space in accordance with Article 127 of the treaty. ERA should devise means of working with the governments or partner states to safeguard the space for civic expression and association. And lastly here is the need to build a robust legal regime to safeguard the mandate of civil society organizations. Our overall recommendation here is that ERA should consider introducing and passing a regional CSO standard bill, standardizing the rules of engagement between civil society and governments or partner states. Once again, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to make this presentation on behalf of civil society organizations. We commit ourselves to be your partners of choice as we engage in the journey of integration. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. Honorable members, give him a hand. A round of applause. That's not enough. We have just had breakfast. Because he has really tackled the major issues or highlighted the expectations of the sector. First of all, the sector appreciates what has been done, so far done, in terms of having common passports, our attempt on having a removal of trade tariffs and all the other achievements that the community has achieved. He strongly highlights the challenges that are there that we need to deal with. Mostly, I will pick one where I believe that as members of parliament, we need to do a lot. Limited involvement of the ordinary people and awareness of integration or the purpose of having our communities integrated. He believes that we can do more work. On that alone, he mentions hard for citizens to make us accountable. That brings me to our other members of parliament. Luckily, you're all here. The moment we elect you, accountability is not really that much. We don't put a lot of pressure on you. Because you're elected by parliaments, the citizens never get a chance to make you accountable for what you've done and what you've not done. I believe as members of parliament or as legislators, we need to look into this. How do we make these members more accountable? That before I re-elect, which I'm going to do and what we're going to do, the 6, we need accountability for the 5 years we have done what? We've given them. This has not been done. So that's one of the challenges. Though he also highlighted non-tariff barriers, language barriers, non-adherence to treaties, weak dispute settlement. This we have seen in the last 3 or 4 years. We've had a dispute between Uganda and Rwanda, which took years, I think like 3 years. It affected trade between the two countries. It affected our communities that always trade across borders. Of recent, we've had a conflict between Rwanda and the DRC. Even when the DRC was at the verge of actually joining us, but we had something coming in between, which would have restrained them from joining us. So such conflicts, he highlights them as we have a weak dispute resolution, which he believes that as members of parliament or as legislators, we can find a solution. He actually goes ahead also to look at the solutions. He suggests solutions to which as members of parliament and the other members specifically, you need to look at. He's talking about operationalization of tariff treaties, investment treaties, but in his own words, he's suggesting, let's push for ratification of these agreements. Let's push for implementation of these agreements within our society, our communities, or our countries. Let's realign or align the tax treaties, the regional treaties to our specific country treaties. Laws, sorry. It's alignment of treaties with our local laws. I think that is something also that our chair yesterday you mentioned about, trying to bring these laws that are being highlighted in the treaties, we implement them in our local parliaments. He mentioned of us having a code of conduct as a requirement. For example, in the tax regime management, if we don't have a code of conduct, it thinks it's a hindrance to our movement or our efforts to integration. He also requests that if you can push for the establishment of a commission to help on the convergence targets of debt management across the countries of the community. Specifically, he's of course he thanks Kenya that they have a register for the debts. So to me, all this was being addressed to the members of parliament, members of YADA. He has seriously asked you to do certain things. He goes ahead to talk about the general concerns, about gender violence, female mutilation bills. All those bills are on table. They have not been implemented or they have not been passed. So he's also asking you about that. But to use his own words, he says the civic space has been, at times it does not get enough attention because of ugly negative narratives against civil society and the private sector. Ugly negative narratives, calling them what? You said we call them economic saboteurs, and this does not give them enough time to do their work as CSOs. Basically, I now opened the floor for discussion. That was the highlight of what he was mentioning. I now want to hear your views as legislators, as members of PEACA, on where you think he could have left out something or you need clarification from him. The floor is open. Yes, the first hand is there. I want to have like three participants, and then we can. Lack of participation, does it mean that you understood what he said and you are comfortable, or you're going to do it? I expected the other members to start this discussion, to open this discussion first. Okay, let's first have the first one and then our chair. Bernard, are you the one? Oh, okay. When you get the microphone, kindly introduce yourself and then straight to the question or to your comment.
Thank you so much, Enos. My name is Moya John Bosco. I'm the member of parliament for Bokora. That is up north in northeastern Uganda, Karamoja. I want to thank Moses for the presentation. I think it was really spot on. I come from civil society background, and I've worked in Karamoja, but also parts of Turkana. At the time when there was a lot of insecurity. And the guys on the front line were actually civil society. We had packed Kenya on the side of Turkana. Then we had Riam Civil Society Network plus others on the side of Uganda. And they really did a credible job. Okay? And I want to agree with him that the civic space is actually diminishing. Probably that is one of the things that we need to do at PEACA level. Prior to, again, the work in 2015 through to about 2017, before the insecurity picked up in that part of the country, there was AU Haiba. AU Haiba was trying to do a lot with the cross-border communities. And the face of East Africa is actually seen in the bordering communities. For now, we actually see there is a lot of, as a result of the insecurity, workers stalled or traders stalled between Kenya and Uganda. So we really recognize that there is a frustrating environment for NGOs to be able to operate, even when government is actually a little bit far. So we need to do a lot. The people on the ground are actually small civil society organizations. We call them CBOs, community-based organizations. And these guys do not have funding to continue having these communities engaged. We are far off. We are in Kampala. But part of what happens in the community is actually driven by these civil society organizations. They lack funding. When the conflict in Karamoja actually started picking up in 2018, 2019, there was no presence of civil society. Again, I think it's because of the funding. But government also was slow to sort of, we are talking about small arms and light weapons being exchanged because of the porous borders, to the point that the situation actually degenerated up to 2021, when we started as members of parliament to actually go and have our feet on the ground. So I really agree, his recommendation for the need to have a standard bill for CSO's operation in these particular bordering areas, which is really part of our role as civil society. Communities in the borders, just like our colleague yesterday, Michael, noted, have a lot of, I could actually say, relations that we need to be able to promote. They can be able to have meetings that do not necessarily have to get a nod from the center. And we need to be able to promote that. So as members of parliament from the East African region, we really need to be able to sort of get a lot of support for this initiative, local initiatives, so that communities keep engaging. We went to Oraba the last time round. I'm a member of the East African Community Affairs Committee of Parliament. And we realized that once the communities don't engage, there is room for criminality to be able to exist. Not only in Oraba, you can be able to extrapolate in every bordering community of the East African community. So I really would urge the civil society to move to those frontline areas. Let us see how our efforts are felt by the local communities rather than having engagements at the center here, because the feelings on the ground can actually be able to drive the East African agenda forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John Bosco. Bring the microphone to the chair and then to Odong. And then a gentleman here. Sorry, my eyes are not that good, but I'll try.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to appreciate Moses for the presentation, but also our civil society partners, Ciatini, Oxfam, for participating and supporting us. I wanted to comment about the issue of tax. I know that this is one of the tax harmonization has taken long. But I recall there was a policy for the harmonization of VAT and excise, which was done. It was a good step. Then there was ESC tax treaty policy that was adopted by the Sector Council on Finance and Fiscal Affairs. And also the ESC model tax treaty was developed. Previously, the different partner states would negotiate tax treaties with different countries. And the tax treaties would be at times in conflict with or inconsistent with now the East African agreements. But I think that one of the recommendations I would propose is that all these governments need to review their tax treaty agreements that were signed before harmonization so that they can be realigned. I think we are losing a lot of, there's a lot of capital and the flight. We can ensure that through the review. Finally, the NTB issue. When we started the ESC, countries like Uganda were bigger markets for Kenya and the Tanzania. But as we all grow, produce industries, bring in industries, the market keeps on shrinking. Therefore, the expansion of ESC for me is one of those that is addressing this internal competition, that if we can be able to expand, we should look beyond ourselves instead of competing and creating all these tariff barriers, but we look beyond our borders. I think that would be one of the ways to actually eliminate, because if you can't find a market in Kenya for eggs, take it to DRC or beyond the DRC. The African Continental Free Trade Area is coming in. So we also need to look beyond. The market is shrinking and our per capita incomes are still low. So our internal consumption as countries, when our people are still poor, will not grow. It also grows organically when people's economic affairs have improved. So it's a journey. We should not be frustrated, but we should also sensitize our people to look beyond. The private sector, I always tell them that look beyond East Africa. There is a market in Zambia, there is a market elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Before George comes in, Honorable Chair and members, first of all, our mission is to see a borderless Africa, starting with the East Africa. But the civil society and the other operators or the business people, what they want from us as leaders, how do we make it easy for them to look beyond the borders, the colonial borders? I think that's what we should now push most. How does a trader move from here to West Africa without any hindrance? I think we should discuss along those lines. A border was my honorable colleague mentioned the borders, the insecurity between borders. Those are borders that we want off. We need to be one community. Meaning that when we are legislating, we legislate about insecurity, not about the movement of arms from one country to another country, but how do we deal with insecurity within the region, within the community? Thank you so much. Honorable Odong.
Thank you so much, Chair. First, let me thank the presenter. I think he has raised a number of very, very important issues to be addressed. But one, I think from his presentation, it underlines some of the frustrations that the community is dealing with broadly. And in the presentations that are coming from the Right Honorable Dan Kidega and maybe my other presentation, there are going to be some contextual issues that are going to be addressed that would respond to the areas that he has cited. Because there are issues of structure, process, power relations within the EAC. And some of those are responsible for the frustrations that are manifesting themselves in the number of areas that he has cited. Let me look at one, the fast tracking of the passing of the East African Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Bill. this is a front bench bill. It is sponsored by council. In our legislative function, the bills are either private members' bills or they are bills that are sponsored by council of ministers, which is like the front bench. And the front bench takes precedence in our legislative agenda. Bills that are presented by the Council of Ministers takes precedence. Now, this is a bill that has been presented by Council of Ministers. And because of the principle of consensus, it takes protracted negotiations for this bill to pass the consensus test before it is presented on the floor of the House. That's why even when we call for council to fast track some of these bills, it takes time for the different partner states. And I think it's important that as we continue to engage on matters of East African community, we need as stakeholders to begin to call for the East African community to, to adopt a system of decision-making that is more pragmatic, that is faster. You have seen from his presentation that there are some of the decisions that were taken in 2014, and up to now, the ratification has not taken place because of the issue of consensus. So this fast tracking of, there is one thing for us to say fast track the bill, and it's another for it actually to be fast tracked because of the process of consensus building. Now, he also talks about the weak transparency and accountability in debt acquisition. I think this is where both the national and regional parliaments have to work very closely together, because debt acquisition is a sovereign matter. It is not a regional matter. It's a sovereign matter that each country contracts debts as a sovereign country. And it is guided by the national laws. Now, we have attempted to bring a legislation. We moved a motion at the regional parliament. One, for more debt transparency, matters of debt governance. We have asked the Council of Ministers to ensure that debt governance, issues of debt acquisition of debts, how are the ordinary citizens involved in the decision to acquire debt? 2, for what reasons is the debt acquired? 3, how much is it? 4, what's the percentage of our debt levels to our GDP? Because, we are in this race to the bottom, as you say. There are red lights in almost all the partner states on matters of debts. And we have raised this matter. However, the issue of debt acquisition is largely a sovereign matter. So the national parliaments need to take stock and audit the loans that have been contracted on behalf of the citizens, so that when we legislate at the regional level, we have the regional context. We have a deep understanding of what are the levels of debts in the different partner states, for us to come with a very, very intelligent law that responds to all the 6 partner states. The issue of debt registration is a very good one because it's part of enhancing transparency. But again, it has to come from the national levels. What our experience in IALA is that many times when our citizens have frustrations in their partner states, they assume that the region should come with a magic bullet, so that when you have, because there is the assumption that once the regional parliament passes a law, then automatically the other the national parliaments will have to approximate, they have to amend their laws to be consistent with the regional law. But that is, yes, that is the practice. That is supposed to be the position, but our legislation is guided by our scope of cooperation. So the priorities in our legislative agenda are guided by our scope of cooperation, which is defined within the treaty. So some of the things, for example, civic space that you're talking about, like for civil society, whereas the treaty talks about enhancing the role of civil society organizations, the same treaty says that our legislative role is restricted, so much so that we do not touch on matters of partner state constitutions. So you will find that we are not. Yeah, so I will end, we'll talk about this later, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, George. There's a gentleman behind there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm called Biambweni Peter. I'm from Citizen Mass Campaign East Africa 2030. The presenter, he talked about the language barrier, and I strongly believe in that. Now our government recently has made Swahili in secondary and primary compulsory. Now this time around, I don't know whether starting from PEACA, the members of parliament can push it further to ensure like civil society also can be trained. The traders, through the associations, they can also be considered to be trained in Swahili if what is trade across the region. Secondly, data localization and dissemination of the information that we get from the EAC. When you look at the people called, for example, like me, I have traversed all the country, not only Uganda, but across the region, trying to do the study about the region, how the citizen can participate and demanding it free. But when you look at the citizens, many of them, big percentage, I don't have the official statistics. They don't know how they can trade. For example, if I have my business, my products in Karamoja, how can I access the regional market? Is there, we have the offices where these people can actually contact as a channel to trade in other member states. Sadly, it will go to PEACA. I'm reflecting on the mission of PEACA, which says to build strong and effective network of members of parliament, MPs in the region to actively participate in East Africa integration process. Of recent, in 2019, Gatuna border was closed and was illegal and contravened to the East African Treaty, Article 5, Article 6, and Article 7. Reflecting on this mission, how can PEACA and other regional parliamentary forums, to what extent can they bite to ensure to avoid the same in future?
Okay, I'm taking three. This side I've taken too many. I'm starting with Honorable Rose. Okay, don't worry, I will come back. Number one, there's another hand down there, and then the third one. Don't worry, we still have some time. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. First of all, I also want to take this opportunity to thank our presenter, Moses. I just want to give an overview of, I believe Honorable Dongo will highlight later. But for the purposes of this discussion, we have to know that we're still dealing with the sovereign states and borders are still in force. And even the legislation we pass at the EAC is upon these sovereign states to align this legislation with their member states legislation in order to harmonize. And that is a very important. So whenever we have these NTBs, some of them arise from non-alignment of the EAC legislation with the member state legislation. Now, on the issue of this bill, which is now before Parliament, the bill on the surveillance and compliance. That is one of the bills that the council has presented among the 5. So far, we have passed two of these bills. I'm saying this because this is to do with the East African Monetary Union. So that's one of the requirements. There are 5 bills altogether. We have passed 2, now 3 have been presented. And that compliance bill is one of the bills that we are now going to handle. These 2 sessions that we are going to sit before we conclude our 5-year term by December. So it's still a process. As IALA, we can only wait for council to present bills, especially bills that have financial implications. We cannot bring them as private members' bills. So there are quite a number of challenges that are really causing serious problems. And sometimes the community wonder whether we are serious or not, but there are challenges. Then 2, we also have bills, very important bills that have already been handled by the Legislative Assembly. But our bills go through a process. Once as an assembly, we pass a bill, all the 6, now 7 member states, the heads of state have to sign. Now, that process of signing these bills by these heads of state before it becomes law is a process that can take, it takes its time. Now, some of these bills, actually many have elapsed before assent, because once we pass a bill, it's given 90 days. 90 days for the member states to assent to it in order to become law. So there are quite a number of these bills that were passed and have lapsed, and the various or the individual member states that did not sign have not given reasons, and have therefore not forwarded those bills back to the assembly to address the issues that they feel the assembly should look at before they can sign off these bills. So those are some of the challenges, and as member state parliaments, I think this is one of the areas we should take interest in to try and see how many bills, which bills are before our heads of state from the EAC and have not been assented to. So perhaps when you put pressure, and we also put our pressure as a IALA, maybe we'll be able to achieve the signing of these very important bills within the 90-day period. So I just wanted to give that background, but I know as these presentations are being made here, we'll be more enlightened about the challenges and therefore where we can come in as members of parliament to try to address some of these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rose. For you, I had to give you more time, being that most of the issues were addressed to you as a member of the other. But now I'm requesting one of your colleagues now onwards. We only have 10 minutes. Now I have 5 minutes for you and 5 minutes for the presenter to wrap up the discussion. So there's one hand in the corner, and then there's another one at the extreme end. Try to use 2 minutes so that we save some time.
Thank Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my name is Kim Guy, LMP
Representative Republic of South Sudan, and also number 10 of the LMP of the Republic of Uganda. Yeah. So, honorable chair, first of all, let me thank the presenter. The challenges we have in East African community, let me highlight it here. It is the Council of Ministers himself. In 2018, when the Council of Ministers present the monitoring union bills and statistic bills, it's supposed to present those two bills together with the monitoring union. Now, we have more than 4 years when we pass the monitoring union and statistic bills. The council now realized that the monetary union cannot be in place if the Financial Commission Service and the ESC surveillance and compliance are not passed by the assembly. So it is, I think now it is a right forum where we are now with our members of parliament that because for us, we are dealing with the minister responsible for the ESC. But all the ministers in partner states, there are sectoral council meeting to the community, which are being monitored and oversight by our partner state. So this is where now the community have the challenges. And also other challenges is even with those bills, when we are coming for the public hearing in the partner state, the members of parliament also are not turning out with a good number during the public hearing. You can see now how the challenges are coming up. And because if those challenges are coming up during the public hearing and members of parliament, the relevant committee are participate, it is easy for the members of parliament to even summon those ministers and all those ministers in the relevant institution and partner state to work them up and put them in order. So those are part of the challenges. And before my minute finish, Honorable Chair, the issue of consensus, it also a cancer to the community. And I thank the summit last meeting that they directed the Attorney General that to drop the guideline because there are some areas that they need consensus and other areas that are not needing the consensus. We have more than 18 bills now, which have been passed by the parliament, and all of them are elapsed. So we, at the moment of L now, we cannot do anything. So we are waiting for the council to present the bills. And even if they have a fund, we will move. But I'm assuring for you guys that before end of our turn at the post assembly, the two commission bill service, we will pass into the law.
Thank you so much, Honorable from South Sudan. That is my last. Okay, my chair. You will forgive me, but let's hear from him.
Thank you, Chair. Me, the moderator. My name is Paul Musamali. I'm a member of IALA, represent Uganda in IALA. Allow me to stand on the protocol as already observed. And I want to thank the presenter for the good presentation. Maybe because of time, I'll try to be very brief. I want to talk about the issue of, you presented on the issue of limited awareness of the people. I want to bring to your attention and to the attention of the members, of the participants here, that one of the problems which we have is not on the side of IALA representatives in terms of limited information to our partner states and to the people, but it is structural. For example, when we pass laws in IALA, according to the treaty and even the rules of procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, do not allow us to present any report either on the floor or in any other forum. It provides that the clerk of IALA will submit those laws passed or reports or resolutions to the clerk of the National Assembly. And then the clerk will cause them to be tabled on the floor of parliament. And when they are tabled, there is no debate on them. So you can imagine that even if we have done something very good, the structure doesn't allow this information to be passed. But we are happy that from the leadership of the Parliament of Uganda, they are proposing amendments to the rules of procedure such that they are able to allow proper feedback, such that when we have passed out any information in terms of law or in terms of resolution, we are able to bring it to the attention of members of parliament and the public. Then when it comes to awareness on the side of the public, the problem is now at the EAC level and also back here in the country for the case of Uganda. There is a problem with funds. We do not have any funding for purpose of sensitization of the public, including even coming to the Parliament of Uganda. Honorable members, I want to bring this to your attention, and we also need your support in this area. Each of these partner states contribute a minimum of, it has even come down, but it has been about $8 million per year, every partner states. These countries have been 6. And the budget of the community, is between 100 to 120 US dollars, $120 million. Now, you just do a simple mathematics. 8 million times 6, you get what? You'll get $48 million US dollars. The budget of the community, let's put it at $100 million, is 100. Now, all the countries assume they have contributed on time and promptly. They will contribute $48 million. How much is the deficit? $52 million US dollars. Where is it coming from? It is not anywhere. Now, when it comes to the priority, then now a community which is working on competing with another REC, because the European Union is a regional economic community. You are also you want to compete with the US, which is also an economic community. You also want to compete with China. Now, we are again going to those very communities to seek funding to support our programs. You can now see the challenge which we have. Do you think now we are working to compete with them or outcompete them, but instead now we are going to beg them to support our programs. In brief, the little money that comes to East Africa, now when they start now prioritizing, sensitization will not feature anywhere. So we will not have any money to come and sensitize the public. So it's not the weakness on the side of members of YALA, but it's a structure, and that's a big problem. So we need your support such that partner states increase the budgets and the funding to the community, so that we're able to get some money to support sensitization. Even when we come back at home, the Ministry of East Africa also does not have a budget for sensitization, because we would probably use the budget of PEACA and we fit in there to sensitize the population, but we don't have it. And for your information, there are so many things which we need to sensitize our population about the achievements of so far made. For example, many people are not aware that Uganda, if you are a citizen of Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania, I mean Kenya, Uganda and Rwanda, you are free to use your national ID to travel to those countries, not a passport. They are not aware, but this is a very important thing which we should inform the population. They are not aware that under what we call a simplified trade regime, there are particular commodities which are supposed to be traded between the different borders. Any trader from the border communities who is trading in goods less than $2,000 is supposed to cross without paying without paying taxes. But there are particular products, not all of them. So we needed to get time and maybe resources to inform our people. They are not aware of this. So there is certificate of origin. If there are products manufactured in any of these communities, they are supposed to be traded.
Honorable Paul.
Yes.
that is something we can discuss on the next session, in the next session, because we have a session under Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I request in the interest of time, summarize and then.
Okay, let me leave that,
Mm.
but you can now see how the information is now being vomited out.
Mm.
So, Honorable Moderator, the very last one about the issue of weak dispute settlement. Now, it is in two areas here: trade disputes and also political disputes. When you look at the trade disputes, we have what we call the Trade Remedies Committee, which is supposed to be responsible for settling these disputes that arise out of what? Trade matters. For us, now this committee was meant to have 3 members from each partner state, but that is when it was the original 3 countries. So it was supposed to have 9 members. But when Rwanda and Burundi, and then later South Sudan joined, there was need for us to amend that law to provide, because the number was now to be a very big number, which would be difficult to manage. Now, as we talk, there is a need to amend, and for us as Yala, we have already amended that article in the Customs Union Protocol, Article 24, to ensure that we have this Trade Remedies Committee in place to address issues of trade disputes. Now, for us, Yala, we have done our part. The people, just like the keynote presenter yesterday, say that some of the enemies of integration are the president's business community. He also talked about the members of the bureaucrats, business, and so on and so on. Now, on the side of the president, for us, we did our part. The presidents have not done their part to assent to that law. So now traders still remain having problems, but like the president said, their excellencies, they are sitting on it. And then on the issue of the political disputes, well, we don't have a single mechanism of addressing political and military disputes, but there are a number of protocols that have been signed, political security that have been put in place, including the African Union approach of the East African Standby Force. This East African Standby Force is not a product of East Africa. It is an African Union initiative, but it also includes East Africa. So whenever there are issues, as we talk, the issues which were there recently, when we have there were problems between Rwanda and the DRC over the M23, the president of Kenya called for the meeting, and they agreed to take forces in the Congo as East Africa. So there are mechanisms, and we are still working on better mechanisms to address those disputes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Samari. Of course, you will forgive me once again, members. He's part of the other team, so I allowed him more time. But now, I'm going to give those that have not gotten a chance. There are so many other sessions. I apologize. Unless the chair allows me more time, I will consider you. But for now, I want to ask the presenter to wrap up the discussion. My time was supposed to end at 10:40. Now it's 10:50. I'm 10 minutes out of time. In the interest of not taking other people's time. If chair allows me, I will continue, but he doesn't seem to do that. Moses, please.
Thank you, honorable members of parliament, of national parliaments and IARA. First of all, it warms my heart that in principle, I have not had anybody contesting the suggestions that we've made as civil society, whether it's around tax harmonization, public debt management, civic space. I hear you, and that's why I say it warms my heart. I hear you all saying, yes, we need to address ourselves these issues. And so glad that you, in principle, agree to this. But also, I hear you, kind of like if it were the scriptures you are reading in the book of the Lamentation. You're talking about the structural constraints that you face. And I think if COVID-19 taught us anything, it should have actually taught us something about borders. Because while while our governments paid attention to the physical borders, our governments did not pay attention to the fact that the virus, there was need to address the border between the virus and the human body. And so we closed our borders, we did our movement control orders, until we were able to address that through vaccination. We still had issues. So when I hear issues, oh no, we have physical borders and this remains an issue, I think it's an important thing that you may want to address yourself to. I think we cannot talk about economic integration without us addressing ourselves the issue of political integration, without actually being able to speak to the aspect of the borders that separate households. There are people from the border communities that are separated by households. And so the issue of sovereignty comes up multiple times. And I see that Honorable Dong has gone out, but I can only be sympathetic to Iyara when actually said the legislation is guided by the scope of cooperation. It's very unfortunate that the treaty, which should be bringing to life political integration, economic integration, has multiple clawback clauses. And it's allowing you this, but actually disallowing you that. It's allowing you to be able to do this, but actually saying no, issues of public debt, that's a sovereign issue. If your neighbor doesn't, for instance, drain a swamp or a water collection point near his household, and say, no, that's a sovereign issue, definitely it's going to become the breeding ground for mosquitoes, and then you will be affected. And so it's important that you're able to tell your neighbor to drain that issue. So if we cannot manage our debt stress as a country, it's definitely going to impact negatively on the rest. But as again, that's an aspect that we'll have to address yourselves too. The limited awareness, I think it comes up multiple times and by the different honorable members of parliament. And I think it is something that you need to be applying yourself to. I mean, at least, God forbid, if there was no Iyara today, or if Iyara died, we want to attend a funeral and the eulogy would be given that here lies the men and women who are able to address the issue of accountability, were able to address the issue of transparency, and you are able to bring the conversation from the ivory tower of Arusha and bring it down to the Wananchi to make input in some of these conversations, in some of these bills that you're actually making. Again, yeah, the very last one for me to speak to is when a bill, in whatever manner it has been brought, actually lapses. And it's lapsing because of a principle of consensus. And again, that is something that should make Iyara members wake up at 3. If an important issue, and I've said 3 a.m., not 3 p.m. If an important issue has actually been brought for legislation, and then a bill is passed and it's actually up to the point of lapsing because there is no consensus, then I think the more reason, as we did make a recommendation, that because of the context which has grossly changed with the boom of mining, the boom of oil, we are having new members join. I think it's going to be very important to go back to the constitutive act of the community. Maybe some of these things need to be changed. There is no way we are, as the Iyara, you are going to be able to address all these things unless you are able to address the structural constraints which are within the treaty itself. I'm not a legislator, so I may be even making contributions that are not tenable, but I think it is very important that you actually apply yourself to the act and be able to say what needs to be changed, so that then you can actually be able to address all these constraints, structural constraints. The principle of consensus, is attaining a public debt, just a sovereign issue, yet when we know that when you attain it, and you are the social indicators of your people are depressing, is going to have an impact on the neighbor. All these things definitely need to. And so even the aspect of debt registration, debt governance, I think that is for me an important area that needs to be addressed. But as civil society organizations, we want to offer you our unequivocal commitment to work alongside with IARA, to work alongside with the National Parliament to address a range of these issues that we've actually provided. Starting from our limited awareness, our work as civil society organizations, our gaze is downwards. We're working with the communities, we're in direct interaction. Is there anything that we want us to be able to be speaking to them? And all these aspects, whether at a national level, we actually committing ourselves that we can actually be able to work with you to be able to address them. Once again, we just want to thank you for the opportunity. And the technical team is going to be, I think if not ready, we would like to share with you our presentation. We might have made the presentation in haste, but there are a number of recommendations that we make, which would like to, we're craving for indulgence that to pick up these recommendations, and perhaps in your respective constituencies, in Arusha, and if it's a national parliament or back here, you may actually be able to pick some of them and see how we can take them forward. So that, we don't get another space like this and we're still talking about them.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you, our presenter. A round of applause for him. Thank you for your patience to listen to him, to listen to us. I want to say thank you again. And I now hand the floor back to our MC. Thank you so much, members.
Could we give a round of applause to Honorable Enos Asimwe? Thank you so much for chairing that session. Very well, thank you so much. And of course, Mr. Isoba Moses from civil society. I think you have represented civil society quite eloquently. Thank you very much. Our distinguished guests, I'm glad many more of you have come in. I recognize in the space of time that we're joined by Honorable David Bahati, amongst other leaders. But we're now ready for the next session. And the next session is slightly different from what you have on your program. We are switching the two sessions there. The next one will be on the ministries and government entities. So allow me to invite the chair for this session, Honorable Judith Aliek, to kindly come forward and also invite your panelists to come and join you. So Honorable Aliek, please. I was also asked to inform any members who are here for the first time that if you're looking for places of convenience, you may either use the ones downstairs or through the door behind the billboards here. So just in case you're here for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to welcome everyone to the next session. I'm Judy Saliek. I'm a member of parliament for Kwale District, and I'm also the chairperson of Equal Opportunities Committee at Parliament of Uganda. And I'm also the chairperson of Lango Parliamentary Group. I'm a member of the executive committee for PEACA, and I'm also chairing this session, the session that we are just starting. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, we don't want to take a lot of time because we have quite a number of businesses that we are supposed to handle ahead of us. But I would like to say briefly that when we started PEACA in the 10th Parliament, we thought it wouldn't grow up to this great number of people who have joined PEACA. I take this chance once more to welcome all of you, and PEACA is moving forward with your support. When you see the small book that was given to you yesterday, we had the late Honorable Kirunda Kivejinja, who has been our patron. He passed on, but he was really behind the beginning of PEACA in the 10th Parliament. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. We also had Honorable Obua, Honorable Dennis Samson Obua, who has also been very close to us. Dennis Samson is now the government chief whip, the new government chief whip. He has been elevated from Ministry of Education. He was the Minister of State for Education in charge of sports. Now he's the government chief whip. So all along we have been moving together, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to give this small background as we move forward. I have here our presenters that I will be calling one by one to come forward for the next session. We have Honorable David Bahati, who is going to take us through issues to do with Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Please, Honorable Bahati, you are most welcome. Can you kindly take your seat up here? The applause is so minimal. I think we have to. Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Bahati. Please take your seat. Then we have Mr. Ernest Rubondo. Mr. Ernest Rubondo is going to take us on Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Please, you can take up your seat. I've also been requested to do a further chairing on the topic of private sector. This one we are looking at EABC by Mr. John Bosco Kalisa. Isn't this hasn't this one been presented already? Not yet. John Bosco Kalisa, where are you? Sorry? Sorry? I'm not getting you. Please come forward. Okay, thank you. I've been re-guided to have, first of all, the two sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Before I invite the facilitator, I would like, first of all, to introduce him before we start this session. So I'm introducing right now Honorable Bahati. Honorable Bahati currently is the Minister of State for Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives in charge industries. Previously, Honorable Bahati was the Minister of State for Finance, Planning, and Economic Development in charge planning. He's a member of Parliament for Ndorwa City West constituency. He has been in that position from 2006 to date. Ndorwa City West constituency is in Kabale district. Honorable David Bahati served as the National Economy Committee and ICT Committee at Parliament of Uganda. He was also the Vice Chairperson of NRM Parliamentary Caucus for 5 years. He also served as the Treasurer of NRM Parliamentary Caucus for 5 years. He also served as the Chairperson, Presidential Advisory Committee on Budget. Honorable Bahati holds a master's degree in business administration from Cardiff University, UK. He holds executive certificate in strategic management and thinking from Wharton Business School, USA. He also holds chartered certified accountant of UK and CPA of Uganda. And then he holds Bachelor of Commerce degree from Makerere University. Honorable Bahati has his business interest. First of all, Honorable David Bahati is a businessman with interest in real estate. He is also a very, very experienced person in catering. Honorable David Bahati also is interested in auditing, really. He does a lot of auditing. That's why most of his businesses have succeeded. And then he is also interested in financial services. So when you are running out of your pockets, you can easily reach Honorable Bahati for financial services and a BSD, a group of companies. Honorable Bahati is not alone. Honorable Bahati is married to one wife who is a woman with 3 children. And then above all, Honorable Bahati is a God-fearing person. So I take this chance once more, ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and welcome Honorable Bahati to come and make a presentation there and then. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that introduction. The chair of PEACA, the former speaker of Yala, members of Parliament from Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, I seek your indulgence. Don't think that I have avoided to speak from a microphone that you have used, but because my doctor, eye specialist, advised me that when I'm near a microphone, it must be of a particular color yellow. Otherwise, I will develop some side problem. That's the reason why I am here with a yellow microphone and a yellow tie. So I will have a simple presentation, and mainly I want to talk about industrialization and trade, an imperative catalyst for the deepening regional integration and the role of members of Parliament. I don't know where the presentation is somewhere.
Alan, did you? Is it? Do you have a PowerPoint? So maybe I can go on, Chair, in the interest of time as they project it. So it's really about industrialization and trade and how we can help as members of parliament to deepen and widen the integration. Colleagues, yesterday, His Excellency the President, one of the architects of the revival of the East African community, reminded us that there are two main reasons why we are in regional integration. The first one, prosperity of our people, and the second, strategic security. Strategic security. Strategic security. There must be somebody from Buyukwe here. Buyukwe Mukono is a particular place where so many things happen. Are you okay? Maybe I have to use Judith's microphone. Judith, it appears I have to come to you. So His Excellency the President mentioned those two main reasons why we're in the integration. Prosperity for our people and strategic security. What does prosperity mean? From the sector's perspective and government's perspective, we mean being in the middle income status by 2040, having increased households, high standards of living, modern infrastructure, high life expectancy, good quality of life, and a shift from peasantry to modernity, and to have an industrialized economy. There are some enablers that will assist us to achieve prosperity for our people. And these include skilled labor, efficient infrastructure, innovation, value addition and standards, good investment climate, peace and security, and high purchasing power. And Honorable Ogwal yesterday tried to argue this point out during the discussion that we had. And before I go further, now that the chairman has come in the house, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you and the members for really pushing PEACA to this level. We are extremely inspired and extremely encouraged. The East African community has made some achievements in this aspect. And we have so far have the Customs Union as the chairperson yesterday elaborated, implementing of a common external tariff on goods imported from third parties. We have a common market, which means free movement of goods and services and removal of non-tariff barriers. The monetary union is work in progress. And of course, as we know, the political federation is ongoing. And also put in place institutions to support this. The East African Development Bank, the East African Science and Technology Commission, among others. We have also come up with good strategies that we think if we implemented them, can actually achieve prosperity for our people. For example, we have EC Development Strategy 2022-2026, East Africa Industrialization Strategy, the Cotton, Textile and Apparel Strategy, Fruits and Vegetables, and Value Chain. And because of these institutions that were put in place, because of the strategies and the implementation so far, we can say we are making some progress toward the prosperity of our people. For example, the Customs Union and the common market has resulted in increased
intra-trade East African, between the East African countries. Uganda's export to Kenya has increased from 175 million in 2005 to now 638.8 million in 2021. Our exports to Tanzania have increased from 10 million in 2005 to 140 million in 2021. And we had our trade between DRC before it joined the community was 500 million US dollars. And of course, as you know, before the South Sudan war again started in 2016, our exports were actually at 700 million. It was one of the biggest export destination for our country. And we have also operationalized a one-stop border post. If you have been to Busia, you see what is happening, and also Katuna. And our vision was that if you clear from one side, the next side you shouldn't be bothered. And because of that, the clearance has moved from 14 hours now to 1 hour and 18 minutes. So we are making some good progress. And also we have had policy harmonization, coordinated infrastructure development, liberalization of East African airspace, to mention but a few. But we still have a few challenges that we need to work on as members of parliament and as countries in the integration. One of them is different speeds of integration among partner states. Then persistence of non-tariff barriers. And that is where you have actually a role to play, because in most cases, some of the non-tariff barriers are laws that are passed by parliaments of different partner states without considering the protocols that were passed at the East African community. Homogeneous economies, we tend to compete instead of complementing each other as countries. And balance of powers, balance of what was to be retained at partner states, it also remains a challenge. But this afternoon, I wanted to focus more, because that's where the issue is, on the opportunities we have as a community, and also the roles of members of parliament that you can help us in implementing these policies. Some of the opportunities we have as a community, the first one is that we have a huge market in terms of population. As we speak now, if you add DRC Congo, and I was discussing with the chairperson to collect this figure, according to our figures, the population, Congo inclusive, we are 445 million, 2020. And in 2050, the community will be 860 million people. 860 million people, shy of 1 billion. Our import bill as a community alone is 37.2 billion. And our GDP is 602.8 billion. And we also have a huge opportunity in import replacement. Remember, especially Uganda, our driving strategy is import substitution and export promotion. What actually are we importing? If you look at the figures, in petroleum, and Mr. Bondo will speak to this also, we are importing petroleum products worth 5.4 billion annually. And remember, all these partner states, at least I don't know Congo, Burundi, but the rest of them have oil under the ground. But we continue to import 5.4 billion. Iron and steel, 2.9 billion of imports in the community. Textile, 1.5 billion. Pharmaceuticals, 1.2 billion. Palm oil, 1.2 billion. And sugar, 400 million.
while dairy products, we are importing 120 million every year. We also have now an opportunity of global connectivity. The East African community stretches from the Indian Ocean to now the Atlantic Ocean. That's a great opportunity in terms of export. The other opportunity that you as members of parliament should look at and be aware of is that this community has abundant raw materials. And I want to focus only on Uganda to mention a few things that we have. For example, as Ernest will tell you, oil and gas in the Alberta and Graben region, we have a potential of 1.4 barrels of recoverable oil every year. Marble and lime, 21.6 million tons of limestone at Hoima, Kasese, and Dula, and over 300 million tons of marble and limestone in Karamoja region. If you think about gold, we have 320,000 tons valued at 12.8 trillion US dollars. So the irony is, how can you have a resource like gold of 12.8 trillion US dollars if you literally divide it by the budget we have every year of 12 billion, meaning that the gold alone we have can take us for 1,000 years from now. How can we have this resource under the ground and have poverty on the top of the ground? That's the challenge. That's some of the things that we need to look at and how to resolve them as members of parliament. We have iron ore of 318 tons in our region where I come from. And also there's abundant market for us as a community. We did sign the African Continental Free Trade Area of 54 African states with a population of 1.2 billion in 2020, and 2050, Africa will have a population of 2.5 billion as a continent, with a GDP of 6.7 trillion. But we still continue to import 547 billion annually, meaning that if we use this one as a proxy for the market, you have the potential to replace this, industrialize, replace the imports, which are totaling 547 billion. We signed an agreement with Americans since the times of Bill Clinton, with quota-free and duty-free of items close to 6,400. But up to now, Clinton was in power in 1992. Up to now, we have only been able to manage to export to the American market only 30 items. Huge potential remaining. We have the Chinese market, we have the Indian market, the Japanese market, and also the European market, which is quota-free. Everything we can export to Europe, apart from guns. But of recent, I don't know whether they are still committed on the issue of guns. Even guns can go there, it appears now. So, what are the laws that you can play as members of parliament, representing the people of East Africa, but also having the 4 roles that you play? The first one being legislation is to ensure that you as members of PEACA, when we are passing laws, you must keep an eye to make sure that we do not, and we work hard to eliminate non-tariff barriers. What happens is that the East African community, we agree on protocols, but when it comes to our parliament, we pass, especially on tax regimes, we pass laws that are contradicting the East African protocols, and it becomes a barrier. So we are saying, as members of PEACA, when these bills come to the finance committee, to parliament, you must have an audit of them and say, are they complying to East African community protocols or they are not? Otherwise, it becomes a hindrance. We are also telling you that some of the policies of government, when they come to the floor of the House, you should have that eye as members of PEACA to know that this is good for the community. When I was at finance, I moved to support the construction of roads in DRC Congo. But members of parliament were arguing, how can I support building roads in DRC Congo when my road in my constituency has not been worked on, when there are potholes in Kampala? Forgetting that for you to generate money to be able to do the roads in Uganda, you need money from exports. For example, DRC Congo, with this road infrastructure we're talking about, with the shabby roads that we have in the region, especially in DRC, still the trade balance between Uganda and DRC stands at $500 million. So you imagine if there was a rail line from Kampala to Kinshasa, imagine if there were tarmac roads, how much trade we would have with DRC Congo. So these are issues that you as members of PEACA should provide leadership and be champions when it comes on the floor of the House. I'm very happy to note that in the 11th Parliament, I think we are making it a habit now that there is no bill that goes for more than 2 days in the House. Once we start on the bill, if you have not, actually we either finish it that day or the next day. That's a good thing. Look at, so you should not delay things in the House. Because like, look at the mining bill now. It has so much to do with developing our industrialization agenda. For example, this gold we are talking about, all the minerals we are talking about, can be tapped and utilized if we form a mining company. And it's part of that bill. So next week, we'll having a debate on the final process that the president brought. But I must thank you that nowadays in the 11th Parliament, there is no delay of bills. And if you can join me, we clap for you. The next is appropriation. Sometimes you'll be met with things like borrowing. For example, we are coming with something to do with the standard gauge railway. We are also which will come a few years from now, but also the meter gauge railway. We are saying, instead of waiting for the standard gauge railway for 2, 3, 4 years from now, let us repair our meter gauge railway so that the goods start moving around. This will require appropriation. So watch out what is in the budget that is supporting infrastructure. You know that for us to increase investment, we need power. And I must thank you once again for passing the electricity bill, because now in a few months from now, we'll be able to provide power in our industrial parks and support manufacturers, give them electricity at 5 cents. That's very good. I can see Joan trying to clap. Why don't you clap louder? These are things that will support industrialization. We need infrastructure. At the African Union, they had formed and supported common infrastructure. We need a rail line from Kinshasa to Monrovia to be able to support the African free trade area. Otherwise, how will goods move? So as members of parliament, you can play an important role in oversight. The other day I was complaining as a member of parliament for Ndogwa County West in Kabale district. Judy, thank you very much for praying for us to become a city, but we are not yet a city. But Kabale was passed in 2025. Actually, we are coming back with the boundaries in the house. Look at Katuna border. We passed a loan to support a one-stop border construction at Katuna in 2007. You imagine, 2007. But up to now, it has not yet been completed. 2007, our firstborn was 2 years. Now he'll be going to the university in September this year, but the border point has not been completed. So as oversight role, you need to put pressure on implementing agencies, because some of these people, like Rubondo is a good man, but in his category as civil servants, they concentrate on procedures, not results. Procedures, not results. Delays of implementation of project has been a problem. Karuma alone, a dam, which would solve our power problems, took 2 years in administrative reviews. When we brought a law to cap the procurement period, we had a lot of resistance. So those are some of the areas you can look at. How can we continue to be tossed around through administrative reviews? We can amend the Procurement Act to be able to support some of these important projects. So I was given 7 minutes, and I can see I have so far taken 6 minutes. Maybe let me move toward the conclusion, and the rest will come in the discussions. So as I conclude, Mwalimu Nyerere once said that when the rest of the world is walking, Africa should run, because we have lost so much time. As a generation, we have the greatest opportunity to build a strong and prosperous community through supporting policies and programs aimed at improving common infrastructure, making our region more competitive, and ensuring peace and security. Because without peace and security, no investment will take place. You cannot have a farm now in Mogadishu. You can see what our brothers who are here in South Sudan, what they have gone through. So we need to have policies, and also to be responsible. Anything that is now posted on the social media is seen by everybody in the world. When somebody buys a tire on a Kampala street, it is seen in New York. It scares away somebody in New York who would have invested money here. So in PEACA, we see a strong force for good, support the regional integration, and we have our support and our encouragement, and want to commit that we work with you closely to make sure that PEACA's objectives are fulfilled. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I've tried to be, I had taken so many years without making a PowerPoint presentation. So I'm happy. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to make one.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Bahati, for the wonderful presentation. Now, you can come back and take your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Honorable David Bahati. A hot one this time. Not very hot as I expected anyway, but I know you will still keep it and give it at the end of the discussions. Well, can we stretch? Can we stretch? Yes, let us get up and stretch. Who is leading us in? Aha, please, please just lead us before I invite the next presenter. Wow. Campaign. Well, let us give him a round of applause. Everyone is feeling the heat. Yeah, it has been so wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, let me take this opportunity again to introduce another facilitator who is coming to handle with us the issues to do with the petroleum. See, when you hear about petroleum existing in your own country, you feel you're really swimming in things. Yes, because that is a very great source of revenues to the government. So I'm now introducing Mr. Rubondo Ernest. Mr. Rubondo is a holder of a Master of Science in Petroleum Reservoir Geology at the Imperial College of Science, Technology, and Medicine in London. He holds postgraduate diploma in petroleum exploration and engineering from the University of Trondheim, Norway. And he also holds a Bachelor of Science in Geology from Changchun College of Geology, PR, China. Mr. Rubondo has been appointed to lead this country in the newly created Petroleum Authority as Executive Director and Secretary to the board starting September 2016. Ernest Rubondo coordinated government of Uganda's effort to negotiate and conclude the agreements required by the licensed oil companies to take final investment decisions for the country's oil and gas projects between 2019 and 2020. The country here I'm referring to Uganda. Mr. Ernest Rubondo was Commissioner and Director for Petroleum in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development between 2008 and 2016, where he promoted the country's oil and gas potential to industry. He also negotiated the petroleum production sharing agreements between the government of Uganda and oil companies. Mr. Rubondo has also coordinated the formulation of policy and legislation in Uganda's oil and gas sector, including chairing the working group, which formulated the national oil and gas policy for Uganda, which was approved in 2008. Ernest is a member of American Association of Petroleum Geologists and the Uganda section of the International Society of Petroleum Engineers. He was the chairman of SPE Uganda board for 2019. With all these experiences, sincerely, I take this chance to welcome Mr. Ernest Rubondo to come and really give us the knowledge, the vast knowledge that he has, that you have heard his biography. And we first welcome you with a very big round of applause so that you come and share with us the things that we are in Uganda. And that is petroleum existence in our own country, with barrels and barrels or millions of barrels that are existing. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair, our chair for this session, chairman of PEACA, honorable members of IALA, honorable members of the Parliament of Uganda, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to have an opportunity to share some information about Uganda's very exciting, not only Uganda, but the region's very exciting oil and gas sector opportunities that are coming up. I need to see how to use the slides. Oh. Okay, thank you. I hope I've got it right. I won't take long on this one, just to inform the meeting that since I've had the opportunity, I'll say something about the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I will update the meeting about the oil and gas sector status in the region very briefly. As the invitation asked me to, I'll say something about the achievements of the sector, the opportunities in the sector, the challenges in the sector, and then finally, I'll say something about the relationship between the sector and the PEACA and how PEACA can help. It seems I'm going in the other direction. Okay, thank you. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is one of the three institutions in the country, the public side of the country, which are taking forward the oil and gas sector. We have the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which handles policy. We have the Petroleum Authority of Uganda that handles regulation. And we have the Uganda National Oil Company, which handles the business aspects of the oil and gas sector. Honorable members, this may look simple and straightforward, but this is a very important thing for the country because it represents regulatory best practice, where you separate policy, you separate regulation, and you separate business. some of the countries that we have visited that have challenges with the oil and gas sector, this seems to be one of the biggest challenges. And I think you can also appreciate that some of the sectors in our country that have challenges in going forward, it's just that the regulatory best practice has not defined as efficiently. So that puts the country on a very good footing to take forward its oil and gas sector. Briefly, our mission as the authority is to be a leading petroleum regulatory agency. The mission is to regulate and monitor petroleum sector in the country so as to create lasting value for society, but also contribute to Uganda being a sound investment destination. The mandate is to regulate and monitor the exploration, development, and production, together with the refining, gas conversion, transportation, storage of petroleum in Uganda. That's all about the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I'll now say something about the petroleum resources in East Africa. Because of time, I think I'll not bring one by one. Let me bring all of them together. That is just to show you that the East African community is quite well endowed with petroleum resources. I don't have time to go through what is in each country, but you'll see that Uganda has resources and it is now preparing to start producing them. Kenya has resources, but is still establishing their commerciality. Tanzania has gas resources, not oil, and it is already developing the gas resources, but it has huge, bigger gas resources, which it is planning to develop. Burundi has not discovered petroleum, but it has potential in Lake Tanganyika. Rwanda has discovered a small amount of gas, which they are evaluating the commerciality. DRC is producing some crude oil in the western part, little, about 25,000, but they have significant potential that has not been explored. And Southern Sudan has 5 billion barrels of oil discovered. It is producing about 170,000 barrels of oil per day. That is the endowment that we have in the region. Oh, sorry. Bear with me briefly as I go. Can I be, where should I point? I can't go in the direction that I would like to go. Maybe I can get some technical help here as I read through. I'm only going in one direction. Okay, thanks. Moderator, that was the endowment. This is the consumption. And the consumption is in yellow, and in blue and green, you can see the endowment. You can see that all countries are consuming petroleum products. And as the Honorable Minister said, the region is spending $5 billion United States dollars annually to import these petroleum products. But at the same time, you can see in those in green are already producing some oil. And those in blue have potential to produce oil. Uganda, we have potential to produce 230,000 barrels of oil, and that should be coming on in 2025. Kenya has potential, but it's not yet confirmed. I think the bottom line on that slide is to emphasize that the region has the potential to produce the petroleum products it needs. The next one is the opportunity. And again, I will not go country by country, but let me put all of them there together. Honorable members, the oil and gas sector has brought opportunities in the region that are very significant. And you can only describe them by saying that those of us who are living now and have an opportunity to be contributing to the country are very, very, very privileged, because it's not very clear whether there is any other generation that has had an opportunity like that or will have an opportunity like this. And I'm going to continue explaining why this is the case. But in summary, this slide again shows you that each of the partner states of the East African community has very big projects, very big investments. You can see that for Uganda, they total up to about $20 billion compared to a GDP of $45 billion. For Tanzania, they are over $30 billion for a GDP of $60 billion. And you'll agree with me that to have investments that are equal to half the GDP of any country is an opportunity that has not yet been fully appreciated. I will explain this further, especially in the achievements. What has the region achieved as far as oil and gas resources are concerned? First of all, it has been confirmed that the Democratic Republic of Congo, Southern Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda have oil and gas resources in excess of 18 billion barrels of oil equivalent and 57 trillion cubic feet of gas. That's a big achievement. And I was in this sector when these reserves were not yet confirmed. And I remember the efforts the countries were making to try and confirm these reserves. The countries were attracting investment so that this could be confirmed. That has been achieved. And also, there is significant potential for commercial discovery and confirmation in Burundi, Kenya, and Rwanda, which means that all the countries of the East African region have this potential to different degrees. Thirdly, and most importantly, is that the region and these countries, most of the countries in the region, have very good regulatory and institutional frameworks for oil and gas developments in the region. This is very important because, as you realize, the region is coming later onto this oil and gas story. So the region has really benchmarked on what went wrong in the other African countries that led to issues of the oil costs. You can appreciate that actually these days, people hardly talk about the oil costs. And it's not by accident. It's because everybody is beginning to realize that the legislation, the institutional framework that is in place can, to a large extent, avoid the challenges that the other countries in the world faced. And this is an important achievement. Fourthly, there is an increasing participation of nationals of these countries in the oil and gas sector in aspects of employment and provision of goods and services by the enterprises. And fifthly, the oil and gas sector is contributing to the strengthening of relationships between partner states of the East African community. Here, you have the example of the East African crude oil pipeline, which is strengthening relationships between Uganda and Tanzania. And you will all recall that the highest level engagements between Uganda and Tanzania in the last 2-3 years have had a relationship with that pipeline. A pipeline is being developed from Tanzania to Kenya to take gas along the coast. That's another one. Uganda invited members of the East African community to participate in its refinery. So you can see that these business aspects are certainly contributing to the growth of the relationships in this country. Still, as part of an achievement, I just want to use Uganda as an example. The graph that you see there represents the investment that is coming and has started coming in Uganda's oil and gas sector. The graphs in blue show the investment that was made in the country, and this was foreign direct investment that was made in the country prior to 2021. And the graphs in red show the investment that has started and is expected in the oil and gas sector between 2022 right up to 2046, when the oil fields which are known now are being exhausted. You can see that in 2022, the country expects investments in the oil and gas sector of about 3 billion United States dollars. In 2023, the expectation is about 3.5 billion United States dollars. In 2024, 3 billion again, and so on and so on. I'm not going to read every year. Two important things about this. The biggest investment, foreign direct investment, Uganda has ever had in 1 year has been 1.2 billion United States dollars. You now have one sector of the economy bringing $3 billion into the economy in 1 year, and bringing another 3.5 billion into the economy the following year, and bringing another 3 billion into the economy the following year. You will agree with me that if you're sitting at the Uganda Investment Authority now, and your responsibility is to attract investment in Uganda, clearly you have to look at whether you're not changing your strategy or not. Clearly you have to review the strategy. But the most important thing is that this is the level of investment that has come into the country, and is going to continue like that. The second most important to note there is that this investment is going to continue until production of oil starts. When production of oil starts, the infrastructure will have been built, and so you will now be on to operation and maintenance. During operation and maintenance, the investment is less. So what is the important thing here is that those large volumes of investment are not going to be forever. They are going to stop in a few years' time. Now, you will agree with me that if you are planning for a country and it has this windfall over the next few years, you need to plan what happens to the economy of the country after that windfall has come down. It's a very important strategy, and you have to be thinking about what other sectors of the economy are actually going to fill in that gap. And this is not only for Uganda. The story for Tanzania is the same, because Tanzania is expecting $30 billion of investment once their LNG comes in place. Honorable members of parliament, these are extremely important issues that you need to relate to and contribute to their being managed well. So the opportunities that I'm going to talk about that are coming into the country, and I'll summarize because the chair gave me 15 minutes, are basically for that window when the investments are so large. These investments are going to come and the work is going to be done. If Ugandans participate in those investments, well and good. If they don't, after they have passed, we will say, okay, we had an opportunity to participate in this, we did not, and the time has passed. So there is no time. We really need to move now because the situation has come. I'll now go on to the opportunities. And the opportunities, I'll just be very brief. Of course, there are employment opportunities. Once this infrastructure is being built, there are significant opportunities. For Uganda, we expect about 160,000 jobs to be brought on board. These include the direct employment, the indirect, and the induced. We can see that in May this year, these numbers were beginning to go up, and we had about 5,000 people directly involved in the oil and gas sector. And the good thing, 4,800 of these were Ugandans, and we are continuing it further to take it to the community that almost 400 of these 4,000 were people in the communities where this activity is happening. The important thing here is that the oil and gas sector in the country has brought employment opportunities to the region, to the country and the region. The second opportunity is the opportunity to provide goods and services. I don't have a lot of time to explain this, but before commerciality was established, or rather before the final investment decision was taken, in Uganda, $3.8 billion was invested. And the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is required to follow this. And we followed, and we found that 28% of this investment was spent in Uganda, and this was equivalent to over $900 million. The 20 billion that is now expected to come into the country, the effort we are trying to make is to have 40% of it at least invested in the consumed by Ugandans. So if as a country we are able to achieve 40% of that 20 billion, that will bring close to $8 billion into the economy of the country. So there is an opportunity to provide goods and services. We can see it happening. Ugandan enterprises are already providing accommodation, catering, civil works. I don't have the time to go into the details, but I can share with you that I personally find it extremely exciting because I keep asking myself where these enterprises would have got opportunities like that if it wasn't for the oil and gas sector. And this is the same story in Tanzania as we go on. The third opportunity is skills development. There are specific skills that are required for the oil and gas sector, and they have to be certified. In preparation for this, and working together with the Ministry of Education, the country has now certified over 11,000 technicians. These are not graduates. These are people out of vocational schools, but they have been certified in preparation for working for the oil and gas sector. But you can be sure, once they are certified, they are not ring-fenced for the oil and gas sector, but also when they go to work abroad, their standards are really much higher. There are areas like heavy goods vehicle driving, where Uganda almost hardly had any people. You know that heavy goods were driven by Somalis here. An effort has been made. The requirement there is about 2,000 of them required. And so far, about 600 have been certified and qualified for that. The effort is still continuing. But Uganda has also certified its vocational institutions. When you walk into these institutions, they tell you we have a City and Guilds certification, we have an American Welding Society certification, we have an OPITO certification, and this is coming as a result of the oil and gas sector. And this is really good because once these people are skilled to that level, the sky is the limit. They can work anywhere in the world. So that is another opportunity that is coming up. The other one is enterprise development. These enterprises in Uganda that are relating to the oil and gas sector, they are required to have very high standards. And so they are being built to achieve these standards. And the Stanbic Bank, through its incubator, GIZ, have built the capacity of 2,000 small and medium size enterprises in Uganda to the ability to provide goods and services to the oil and gas sector. This is not a mean achievement. It means we have enterprises that have reached this level. If an enterprise in Uganda says, I have been supplying Total with this service, you can trust that now nobody else in the world is going to doubt their capacity because of the standards and the requirement. So that's another opportunity that is coming up and is being availed to our country. I can also share with you that there is currently a project that aspires to build the capacity of 200 SMEs to provide goods and services along the pipeline corridor in the Uganda part. When this pipeline is finished in 3 years' time, these 200 enterprises will certainly be at another level. The other opportunity, of course, is technology transfer. In the whole of this process, Ugandan companies, and indeed companies in the region that are relating to the oil and gas sector, are having an opportunity to achieve technology transfer, which they would not have got if this sector was not here. And this is being done through mainly joint venturing. Of course, because of the requirement for Ugandan companies to participate in this sector, and where Ugandans can't, the requirement is that they joint venture. And only when a joint venture cannot succeed, only is the authority allowed to allow a foreign company to serve. But this joint venturing is enabling companies in Uganda to receive technology transfer that they would not have achieved. In the table I have on the side there, which I will not go through because of a limitation of time, I am giving examples of companies in Uganda which have joint ventured with very high level international companies. And as a result, we are beginning to achieve technology transfer in that regard. The other opportunity that I wish I had time to talk about, but I will not have this time, is the opportunity to relate the oil and gas sector to other sectors of the economy. I did mention something about education, and you could hear the benefits. But the linkage between the oil and gas sector is extremely important for many other sectors of the economy. And in Uganda, the linkage has been done for education and oil and gas, land use planning and oil and gas, transportation and oil and gas, and it's currently being defined for agriculture and oil and gas. We've just concluded a linkage study with health, and we are also doing one on real estate and housing. When you look at these studies and the potential they provide, the estimation is that the Ugandan economy can achieve up to 8 to 9 billion United States dollars through accurately harnessing the linkages between the oil and gas sector and the other sectors of the economy. I don't have time to describe this, but there are areas where we have seen very beautiful results and they are contributing to the economy. Honorable members of parliament, many people think that the only benefit of oil and gas resources is the revenue that will be earned from selling crude oil. From what I have presented, you must have heard that there are actually three aspects. If Ugandans participate in providing goods and services and we achieve 40% of the 20 billion, it means that the country will earn $8 billion by providing goods and services. Nothing to do with the revenue, which Honorable Bahati, when he was in Minister of Finance, was extremely interested in. I don't know whether the interest has remained. That's one aspect. The other aspect, as I'm saying, is that linking the oil and gas sector and other sectors of the economy has the potential to earn the country another 8 to 9 billion United States dollars. On those two, then you add on the revenue that the country expects to get from selling its crude oil, which is in the range of 1 billion to 2 billion United States dollars annually, depending on the price of oil. This is why I say that the opportunity these resources provide is significant. And I think you will agree with me that it is not equaled by any other sector of the economy. It has that short life because the investment in infrastructure is about 4 to 5 years. Also, the crude oil is about the fields that have been discovered are being produced for 25 years, although there is more potential for that. So those are the opportunities that the oil and gas sector really brings in the country. I cannot conclude this discussion without talking about the integration of the environment, social governance to oil and gas, this aspect of climate change. Because there are some people who are worried that, okay, all those things are good, but electric cars are coming so fast and the oil and gas is harming our environment so badly. Are those really things that should continue, or are those things we're going to benefit from? First of all, aspects of environment, social and governance are very well embedded in the policies and legislation that I talked about previously. And in this regard, Uganda's oil and gas projects fall within the category of low greenhouse gas emissions. Uganda's oil and gas projects are expected to produce between 20 and 40 kilograms per barrel of oil. The average around the world is about 70 kilograms. And for the countries that are doing very badly, they are between 100 and 120 kilograms of carbon dioxide per barrel. So Uganda's oil and gas projects, because of being done properly and good legislation, they are low emitters. And the specific examples are, for instance, this aspect of burning gas, flaring. Uganda's legislation does not allow flaring of gas. You know very well that in other parts of the world, they used to flare their oil when they were testing the fields. They also flare their gas. It is aspects like those that bring down the greenhouse gas emissions in Uganda's sector. The second one is that Uganda's oil and gas sector is going to provide more Ugandans access to cleaner energy compared to the wood and charcoal which they are currently using. And this will eliminate the aspect of greenhouse gas emissions, because Uganda and other developing countries are starting from charcoal to go to clean energy. The developed world is starting from fossil fuels because we hardly use fossil fuels here. So our problem here is that because of using wood and charcoal a lot, we are cutting down trees. And these trees actually absorb carbon dioxide. I don't know whether you get me. So for us, we are contributing to greenhouse gas emissions by removing the greenness that actually absorbs carbon dioxide. That's the challenge. Now, the oil and gas projects in Uganda are going to provide an opportunity for LPG, liquid petroleum gas, which will go a long way in reducing the use of wood and charcoal. The LPG expected to be produced by the oil and gas projects in Uganda is equivalent to the LPG being used in the whole of East Africa currently. The LPG that is going to be produced. Because, you know, the crude oil that's being produced is produced with gas. That gas can't be flared because of our laws. And so that gas is going to be used to produce liquid petroleum gas, which is going to be distributed to people. Thirdly, the opportunities to generate revenue that I explained are definitely going to get more people out of poverty than would have been if this did not happen. Still, as part of the energy transition, members here need to know that all of us want clean energy, and we want to avoid the climate change, and we want clean energy. But there's a reality about it. The reality is that the renewable energy sources worldwide have not yet achieved the capacity to provide the energy required by the world, which is growing at a rate of 5%. What has this led to? There is low investment in oil and gas, and as a result, the supply is now affected. As a result, the prices of crude oil and subsequently the prices of petroleum products are going up. But we also see the other parts of the world, how they have reacted to this. They are producing more of their oil. They are also continuing with exploration. So as members of parliament, as our leaders, we need to ensure that what is happening is just. Uganda should not be stopped and Tanzania should not be stopped to develop eco, while Britain is opening up oil fields in the North Sea, while the United States is increasing production in the United States. So as a world, we need to approach this aspect fairly, honestly, and with solutions that are for everybody. I've been reminded to conclude. What are the challenges? I think the biggest challenge is the absence of full appreciation of the magnitude of the opportunities that I have just described. I think you will all agree with me that the magnitude of the opportunities I've described are not very well known to many people. There is therefore need for communication and information. The second one is the absence of investment capital in our countries and in our region. Every little thing you want to do, you have to go and look for an investor outside the countries. The Honorable Minister has just said the region is spending $5 billion United States dollars on importing petroleum products. Meanwhile, Uganda is here struggling to find investment of a refinery equivalent to $4 billion, $4 billion United States dollars. Really, as leaders, you need to ask this. If the 4 billion is found and this refinery is built and it reduces this 5 billion that we are spending in other countries, you don't need a very bright economist to see this. So we need to start accumulating our own capital so that some of these projects are done internally. The other one, which and I need to be quick, is the misinformed propaganda against the sector. You have had people running to the Holy See, the Pope, saying, please stop ECOP. You have seen people going to the president of France, please stop ECOP. Their own countries are continuing to produce and consume oil and gas. Uganda's production of 230,000 barrels of oil per day, of which 190 is going to go in that pipeline, is hardly anything compared to what the other countries in the world are producing. Why then should therefore other parts of the world try and single out ECOP to stop? It is looking ratio actually. It's like, let those people stop so that for us we can continue. I think members of parliament need to know these aspects and really deal with this misinformed propaganda, which is affecting these significant opportunities that I talked about. I think now I want to conclude something on the relationship with the Parliamentary Forum on ESC affairs, the roles. I think the first one, as the Honorable Minister said, parliamentarians need to support legislation required to facilitate these large investments. It's not expected that the legislation that is currently in place will enable the size of investments that I've explained to happen in our countries. So we need to have additional legislation so that those investments can actually be brought in our country. And I would like to thank the Parliament of Uganda in this regard, which really supported the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provisions Act, which was passed at the end of last year. This was very beneficial, and you can see that following on to that, the companies were able to take the investment decision of the 20 billion that I'm talking about. The other one is that the parliamentarians need to encourage national content practices across boundaries. ECOP is going across the boundary between Uganda and Tanzania. We should avoid this situation where the Ugandans say, this is for Uganda, so it must be done for Uganda by Ugandan. This is for Tanzania, it must be done by only Tanzanian companies. That one will not help. The cake is big enough for all of us. And so the parliamentarians need to come in and ensure that enterprises from both countries benefit from this without any hesitation. Of course, these investments don't come without any responsibilities. The money being spent is going to be recovered when we start selling oil. And so it is important that these entities that are investing are regulated. And so Parliament needs to support these regulatory agencies so that they can do their work properly. We need manpower, we need the ICT equipment, and so on and so on and so on. So there is need for that support. And then, of course, parliamentarians need to participate in the engagements, especially with civil society, so that the countries do not lose these significant opportunities which the sectors have brought. If these people succeeded in stopping ECOP, you can imagine the loss that will come to these countries. And so in conclusion, I just want to reemphasize that there is significant opportunity to grow the economies of the East African Community countries and also improve the livelihoods of the people of these countries through the development and use of the oil and gas resources. Secondly, the oil and gas sector has continued to play a significant role in the integration of the East African community and building of relationships among us members of the East African community. And finally, just to re-echo and re-emphasize that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda looks forward to working with all the stakeholders, including the Parliamentary Forum on East African Community Affairs, the IALA, and the Parliament of Uganda to ensure that Uganda's oil and gas sector do not only contribute to economic transformation for the region, but also enhance integration of the East African member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rumondo, for the wonderful presentation that you have made in the oil and gas sector. Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap again for Mr. Rubondo? That was wonderful. The information was very rich. I've been guided to inform the gathering that we are soon breaking for lunch. But before we go for lunch, we are going to do one more session on the private sector. Mike Isanja has been extended to also chair the private sector session. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Madam Emma Mugisha. Madam Emma Mugisha, can you take up your seat? Because she is going to present on behalf of the private sector, and she's going to talk about Stanbic Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking this chance once more to briefly introduce Madam Emma Mugisha. I hope you are taking notes in the areas of interest that the various presentations have been making. This time we shall have a feminine voice in the presentation. Emma Mugisha is the executive director of Stanbic Bank. We know she manages a good number of staff, and she manages a very huge number of clients in Stanbic Bank. And that is the meaning of managing private sector. And that is the role that she is playing in Stanbic Bank. Madam Emma holds a master's in business administration from Rotterdam School of Management, Netherlands. I think most of our facilitators have all gone abroad for their studies. We really need to also bring on board others in this country, and we should have such universities that are admirable and are able to really bring on board very useful people. So an MBA from Rotterdam School of Management, Netherlands. She also holds a Bachelor of Arts in Social Works and Social Administration from Makerere University. Briefly, that is how I'm introducing Madam Emma Mugisha. I know she had other attributes that she wanted members to know, but for the sake of saving time, I think that is enough for you to really make your presentation. I welcome you, Madam Emma, to come and make your presentation in 15 minutes. Thank you. Can we welcome her with a round of applause?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Unfortunately for us in private sector, we're not very good with the protocol, but all honorables, all protocol observed. I know I am standing between you and lunch, so I will make this quick. I hope that talking about money will keep us awake and that we will be able to have a short but a good conversation. I've worked for Stanbic Bank for the last 10 years and done a few roles. Currently, I head the business and commercial clients, which is the small and medium enterprises. So yes, I have 45,000 customers in that space. But I'm also the executive director representing our CE, Ms. Anjuko, who would have loved to be here, but couldn't make it this afternoon and asked me to step in. So I appreciate the opportunity to be in such an august congregation with the people that decide our future in East Africa. A little bit about my knowledge of East Africa. Born and bred in Kampala, so I am Ugandan. I have lived in Kenya for 2 years. I worked in Kenya 2011, 2013. I have been to Arusha and Dar es Salaam. I have traveled to look at the journey of the eco from Hoima to Tanga, 10 days of in a car, to actually understand what the opportunity is. So I have done some work to be able to be part of this big opportunity called ECO. I've been to Juba, and in Juba, we were discussing how to get transmission of Karuma electricity to Juba. And what I met there was amazing. There's actually a power plan for the whole of East Africa. I hadn't met it in Kampala, I found it in Juba. So I have done my share of travel in East Africa. I still have to go to Congo. I have been to Rwanda for 2 weddings. Of course, coming from Western Uganda, you have relatives across the across the border. So I still have to go to Burundi, to Congo. Yeah. And then I will catch up with the whole of East Africa. So, and Somalia when they finally do come on board. I've enjoyed the conversations this morning, but what I've liked most is Honorable Bahati and Mr. Rubondo have made the presentation for me. Most of what I wanted to present, they have actually talked about. Between trade and oil and gas, guess who is going to support this whole process? The banks, isn't it? So I will be brief because they've actually spoken about most of what I'd have wanted to talk about. So looking at the economics, I did listen to a few of the presentations yesterday just to get a bit of context. And I picked one thing. We can either be an elephant economy or 7 hairs. Does that ring a bell? I think a number of people talked about it. You're either a small fish in a small pond, a large fish in a small pond, or you choose to take a little bit, 10% of the big elephant. So the question is, what is the opportunity for us? Should we opt to be the elephant as opposed to the hare or the rabbit for that matter? So given our population and our growing population, there's increased urbanization. There are over 300 million. Actually, today I had almost 1 billion people. That's the opportunity that we have. All those are consumers, all those need education, all those need food, all those need all the things that we need for life. So we have a big opportunity in the numbers. We have an abundant and educated labor force. That's an opportunity. I think one of my biggest pains is seeing girls and boys every day at the airport going to the East. When shall we create the roles so that these people stay here and enjoy their country? We have harmonized, we have a lot of common ground. Like I said, I traveled to Rwanda for weddings. We have a lot in common. When we traveled on that ECOP travel, I could understand the language in Northern Tanzania for most of at least for 3 days. At least I wouldn't fail to ask for bread or to ask for water. So we have a lot in common, and therefore there's a lot that we can do. If I look at the opportunities, Mr. Rubondo has so ably talked about the oil and gas developments, the investment that's coming in our countries and what there is, but also the raising industrial energy needs and all the opportunities with the population that we have. Tourism is a big one, and we cannot leave it behind. That we still have beautiful countries that are unexplored. But what are our challenges? I think our president has been talking about value addition in the last few days. Why are we selling coffee instead of selling instant coffee and getting a small part of what we could get? So agriculture is still very dependent on the weather. Last weekend I was in Barara and all the maize fields on that road are dry because we are dependent on the weather. When shall we move forward? Access to capital, which is part of where we come in as a bank. There's a financing gap. The banks cannot be the only source of capital. How do we start to mobilize real capital that is going to create real growth? Delays and cost overruns in project implementations and other issues that we have in our economies. Those are challenges that we hope that you, as a group of legislators, are looking into and will ensure that they're sorted. Looking at what are the sectors that are creating growth in East Africa, and our biggest sector at the moment is electricity generation. There's a lot of investment around power and around generation and transmission around the region. That's our biggest sector that is creating growth. The next one is construction. Then there's the financial sector for which we fall. Agriculture comes forth, although agriculture actually employs most of our people. There's mining, there's transport, there's trade. Oil and gas is also coming up and growing. The question is, what are we doing in the legislative space to ensure that we sustain this kind of growth? And again, the minister talked about most of this, so I will not belabor the point. Sorry. So we are becoming a global hotspot of investment. And I was seated with Mr. Rivondo and sharing some of my team were in the oil and gas regions, were in Hoima and Bulisa, and sharing some of the things that are happening there. While we're sitting in Kampala, there's an airport that is almost complete. There's the oil fields that have started being developed. You know, there are 4,000 man camps that are built. Things are happening, but it's not just in Uganda, it's happening in Tanzania, it's happening in Kenya. We're becoming a hotspot for investment. Are we going to ensure that that investment enriches our people? Or is that investment going to come and go and we become like the other countries where there's an oil curse? But I think from the story that Mr. Rivondo has told us, this has been properly thought through and we're going to gain from this investment. But the question is, do our people know what the opportunity is? Many times we go to Hoima and we're trying to talk to farmers and saying they're going to bring cabbages from Kampala. Why can't you be the ones to give this, to make sure that you have the right level of cabbages at the right quantity, at the right quality? So there's all this opportunity in our countries, and we need to make sure that the people within the country actually benefit from these opportunities. Again, Mr. Rivondo did give that presentation, so I will pass that quickly and look at the linkages between oil and gas and all the other sectors. In the last 10 years, I would say, our government has been on a development of the infrastructure in preparation for oil and gas. Because of COVID, we have become better internal tourists. So I took my children to Bulisa so that they can see before and after, because we expect that Bulisa will be a city one of these days. And my children said, but there are better roads in Bulisa than Kampala. And that's a reality. The infrastructure development in that space has done very well. But there's more to that. I mean, there's a whole port going to be built for ECO. There's pipes that are going to be welders that we've talked about that have been trained. Education has to change. There's a lot that is hinging on this great opportunity that we have to harness as countries, but also as the people of these nations. And the question then still stays with our legislators. Are we ready? Do we have the policies to retain this wealth that is coming? Or is it all going to enrich the people that come with the development? They take away their oil and we stay as we are. That should not happen on our watch. And I believe it won't happen. So how are we as the financial sector getting ready or supporting this? We've been on a journey as Stanbic, trying to support SMEs to be ready for contractors, to be contractors in this space. Mr. Rivondo talked about our incubator. We've so far trained over 2,000 SMEs just to be ready. And we continue on this journey. But also financing SMEs. We now have a fully fledged contract finance team, in my team actually, and we look at every contract and how we can support the SMEs, but also how they can negotiate better and get better terms from their employers, because this is a one-time opportunity. Even the ones that have been doing this kind of work have not done this scope of work before. So we need to support the sector to be able to benefit. Look at health. There's need for new hospitals in the oil and gas regions, in different places. There's going to be need for waste management. There's going to be need for logistics. The number of trucks, hopefully we'll have the railway by then, that are going to come through are going to be, immense. We see fuel stations right now are mushrooming everywhere. How is this going to be sustainable when we finally can't produce our own oil? So there's a lot of development happening in our countries. And the question then is this sustainable? Is this going to be financed right? Are we going to support our people to do the right thing? So how is Stanbic in particular supporting? Okay. So we as Stanbic are an African regional bank. We are in 20 countries in Africa. In East Africa, we're in Tanzania, Kenya, Congo, and South Sudan. We serve Kigali from Kampala. And what we have done is to start off with borderless banking. And I'll tell you a story of why we started off with borderless banking. I had a customer of Stanbic Uganda sell grain to the government of South Sudan. They were paid in a bag of dollars, and they took it to the Stanbic branch in Juba. And Stanbic branch in Juba did not know this customer because the customer was a customer of Stanbic Uganda. And that customer was stuck with a bag of dollars, and we couldn't help them. So we said, no, this is not working. So we have started what we call borderless banking. As an East African community, you can walk into Stanbic Juba now and credit your account in Stanbic Uganda, or Stanbic Tanzania, or Stanbic Kenya. And I'll show you a short video shortly about that. So as the banking industry is to start to become East African in the way we operate as well, and stop being branches of a South African bank, but actually become a real East African bank. And we are now doing a lot of, we look at transactions together. We look at our solutions together so that we can solution for the trader who is trading between Kenya and Uganda, as opposed to solutioning for their Uganda part separately, and then they have to go and reintroduce themselves to our Kenyan counterpart. We spoke about the incubator, which is really about SME development. Quantum Trade is really trying to put trade online and make it as easy as possible. You don't have to get a bid bond and come and fill forms. You can do it on your phone, on your computer, and it will be done. So a lot of automation. Beyond that, we're also from a corporate banking perspective, looking at alternative financing for our customers. How do we ensure that the contracts are properly financed? And how do we advise our customers to be able to meet their commitments to their employers?
Stanbic Bank is now one bank across East Africa. My business moves all over East Africa. Whether I'm sending money in Kenya, Annette Mambo, making a withdrawal in Uganda, Madam Annette Ogambo Tia, doing a direct deposit in South Sudan, One Ada Annette, getting my statement in Tanzania, Salama Annette. I can find it all under one roof.
Stanbic Bank is now one bank across East Africa. You can make real-time money transfers, real-time cash deposits, and cash withdrawals. And you can check the balance of your Stanbic Bank account no matter where you are in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, or South Sudan.
And because I need it on time and in real time, there is only one bank for me.
Inquire today at your nearest branch about the benefits of borderless banking with Stanbic Bank. Stanbic Bank. It can be. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Consumer deposits protected by the Deposit Protection Fund.
So I hope I did pay for one Kalango. So how would we want the East African governments to facilitate the private sector across the regions? And that would be how I will conclude. One, all trade, all banking, a lot has become online. I think COVID helped us to even get online faster. Can we get internet penetration across our countries? So when we were on that 10-day trip from Hoima to Tanga, we had a modem to try and stay on Wi-Fi. And in different places, we would lose connectivity because the level of connectivity in different places is very different. If you go to a big town, suddenly you're on. In the middle there, you're off. So how do we get connectivity to improve trade, to improve the communication across our nations? Secondly, cross-border payment solutions. Actually, our central banks have a cross-border payment solution, but it's one that we haven't publicized. It's one we haven't, sometimes it's unstable. We call it the East African payment system. So that's another way to develop. How do we get interoperability between, all the banks and MNOs? And if I buy maize or if I buy something from Tanzania, I can actually pay without having to figure out bank charges, which bank, which correspondent, which exchange. How do we make this trade as seamless as possible? We've talked a lot about harmonizing of taxes since morning, so I will not belabor that. Regional friendly indigenization. So when I went to work in Kenya, it took me 5 months to get a work permit. As an East African, should it take me 5 months to get a work permit? If I was told to go and work in Tanzania, I wouldn't be too sure. Because the experience has been that it is a hard place to work. It may be a perception, but a perception it is. We've had our borders with our neighbors closed. So how do we make that free flow of East Africans such that we can share the manpower that we have, we can share the resources that we have, but also share the investments that we have. Our regional trade agreements, again, talked about it a lot today. Efficient border administration, Minister talked about that. Regional transport network, I think I finally heard from the Ministry of Finance that we are going SGR. I'm hoping we can make that connection across East Africa, and then enhancing the regional energy transmission infrastructure. We're sitting with excess power, there's no power in Juba. How do we quickly enhance that transmission so that we can share the resources that we have? And lastly, if we talk about cross-border trade, I just got statistics on the countries that are easy to trade with in Africa, the top 20. So Rwanda comes at number 6, Kenya number 14, Uganda 16, Burundi kind of comes in just at the end, but the others are not there. How do we make cross-border between East Africa, even before we go to the wider Africa, as easy as possible? I hope that that's on your agenda to do, and that's on your agenda to deliver for us as the nationals in these countries. I think, okay, so if we were to dream a little, imagine if the East African community were actually to happen. Imagine if we were to get to the dreams of the forefathers that wanted us to be one people, with a population growth of 2%, yeah? With access to electricity, this could go from the current 25% to 90% by 2050. Manufacturing, we could be able to move from the current 8% to 30%. We could be able to, enjoy the FDI flow within our region. Imagine a regional network of railways from 2.2 thousand kilometers to 2.4 thousand kilometers. Imagine being able to get on a train and go to Dar es Salaam and it takes you a short time. I think the one time we tried, I've been on a bus to Arusha. That took me 48 hours that time. It may be a bit now. So imagine where the pipeline length has grown from 2,000 kilometers to 5.6. I think there's a lot to gain in us being one big country, one big elephant than 7 small rabbits. So that is my presentation today. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope I did keep my short time, and I look forward to any conversation.
Another round of applause for Madam Emma Mogisha. Wow. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have about 13 minutes to 2. 13 minutes to 2. I'm seeking your indulgence because we would like to wrap up this session and then go for lunch at once. Then another session will come in after lunch. So can we go forward? Consensus. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have so far had 3 presentations. Yes, yesterday we had really, really wonderful presentations as today. And the questions that were asked yesterday, I think will go a long way to help us improve. Like, are the people at the center? This was the question asked by the Right Honorable Amanya Mushiega. Is the private sector on board? Is it private sector driven? Whatever we are doing in order to bring on board every countries in East Africa, is the private sector, is it private sector driven? Then another thing is, are we training enough with each other within the East African partner states? So, and so many questions that you can ask. Now, from Honorable David Bahati, you talked about trade exports increasing in Kenya, Southern Sudan, Tanzania, about clearance at the border points. Like it used to be 14 hours, now we have like 1 hour clearance at the border points. And then we still have challenges crossing such borders. You know, everybody is not free to move across each and every border that is existing in these countries of East Africa. So we have so many barriers. Looking at the protocols, we have here members of parliament. Some protocols are not followed. And then the laws really, some laws still contradicting our protocols, as you mentioned. So trying to wrap up this in order to really energize our members here. There is also private sector here, so that we come up with solutions really on how we should behave within the East African partner states. You also talked about the roles of members of parliament. Yes, we have our roles, the 4 major roles. That is legislation, appropriation, and then oversight, and many other roles that are the nitty-gritty of what we are supposed to do. Then, yes, Mr. Rubon, East African community member states are really endowed with the natural resources. We have them. We have oil and gas sector. You have talked about the achievements that we have so far gained, the opportunities that we have to undertake. Then the challenges hindering our successes. Then you concluded very, very well. In your conclusion, you said, significant opportunity to grow economies and improve the livelihoods of the people through the development and use of oil and gas resources. Yes, the oil and gas sector has continued to play a significant role in the integration of East Africa community and building of relations among other members. You see, these are really, really good insight into what we are supposed to do. Now, coming to Madam Emma, yes, you made a wonderful presentation and looking at the provision of money to steer the sectors that we are talking about. So do people really know about these opportunities that exist? That was your wonderful question. Do people know? We are here at a higher level, but down there, the people who are supposed to make the economies grow, do they know about these opportunities? Are we ready to retain wealth, which is already existing? And how do we really want the private sector to facilitate East African integration and trade in terms of electricity, cross-border trade, regional and friendly indigenization? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a small wrap-up of what the presentations were focusing on. Can we have concerns within the next 15 minutes? I would like to give 1 minute. Let us not extend. Let us go straight to the point. 1 minute per person answering, asking the question. Then I will entertain 5 questions on average for Honorable Bahati, 5 for Mr. Rubondo, and then 5 for, now people have started. So I'm starting from behind, then I come forward. Yes, Madam Kadogo, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Kadogo. Briefly, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and honorable colleagues. My question goes to the Minister, Honorable Bahati. You talked about the challenges of integration Indeed, you mentioned the sanctions, you mentioned the trade barriers, and also the poor infrastructure, but you didn't talk about the solutions, the immediate solutions, the long-term and the short-term solutions to trade barriers, because Ugandans need to benefit from the integration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping time, Honorable Kadogo Veronica. I may not call all the names because I may get lost. Honorable Alinga.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question goes to the person who was presenting on behalf of the Stanbic Bank.
Yes, Madam Emma.
Yes, I come from Bukwa district, which is in Sabay sub-region. And for a long time, we have had a lot of problems with your services. Of late, the government of Uganda has constructed the road from Kapchorwa to Swam, then from Swam to Kitala by the government of Kenya. So it is one of the roads that is going to ease the businesses between the two countries. But our people have been traveling for over 100 kilometers to access your services. And yet once this road is completed, business will increase. And that needs now transactions on money. Carrying money in bulk is a bad practice. What solution do you have in such areas which you don't have your services? Thank you.
Extension of services. Honorable Faith. Honorable Faith.
Thank you, Honorable
Nakut.
Chair. I have a small question. While I appreciate all the presenters, the question is, how much burden should one country carry? The burden of integration. Yes,
Can
I am
you
a
speak
member.
up, Honorable?
I am a member of PEACA and a member of a Finance Committee of Parliament of Uganda. When we are reviewing the laws on taxation and others, we normally face this question of how much protection should we have while considering the ESC, and we find ourselves conflicted on whether to protect Ugandan traders or not. So how much, because we are not speaking the same language with our colleagues from the other states, how much burden is adequate for each country? Maybe PEACA can help us extend this conversation so that we are not only having it in Uganda, we are having it with other partners so that we don't fight ourselves as we legislate. On the racial discrimination on
The
climate.
first question was directed to
Honorable Bahati.
Honorable Bahati.
Yeah, because it makes our work a little difficult to determine how much burden we can take as we love the ESC.
Yes.
The racial discrimination on climate action. So this is the question to the second presenter. It's not a question, it's a comment.
Yes.
And we acknowledge that discrimination, especially on the issues of oil. How best can PEACA help mobilize all of us so that we begin to see the loss on Uganda as the loss for the entire East Africa, so that we can speak together the same language?
Okay, that one is directed to Mr. Murondo. Yes, I don't know your name, please. The next person in a black suit with a maroon tie. Yes.
Thank you, Madam. I'm Honorable Katenya Isaac, Member of Parliament, Bulambuli constituency
yes,
in the Bulambuli district. Basically, my question is to the Minister about the issue of exploration of minerals. Actually, I was so much provoked by the President the other time when he told us the same figure of 12 trillion out of gold only. How long shall we take to get these minerals out of ground so that we can be in a position to benefit as a country? And then the next question is to Dr. Wondo. you talked about the issue of jobs in the oil and gas sector, 5,000, 2,000 for SMEs. Now, we wanted to know, because as legislators, we come from different constituencies. They have recruited very many people in the oil and gas sector, but how do you know that a person from Karamoja has got a share? Because this is a national cake. But some of these jobs they may be training people, but we don't know how they are training them and how they're employing them and how they are balancing so that the country can benefit, so that the development is not tilted in one region and not other regions be remaining behind. Then the lady of Stanbic Bank, we are very grateful that you have talked about the financial inclusion and the financial expansion in the whole region. That we can use. You discover that there are some areas like in Congo, you didn't talk about Congo, where the infrastructure is extremely very poor, not on the roads, but including banking. You discovered that such areas, you may need to expand and ensure that when we use our ATM, we can be in position to withdraw money and transact in all parts of in the whole region in East Africa. And the minister, to add on, let's put even Sudan to come to be part of us, so that we can be, not South Sudan, we should also go and bring Sudan, so that we can expand our market further, so that we can, everybody can be on board. Thank you.
You're welcome. The next person. Then after finishing this, I'll go to, okay, please, I'll give you a chance.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thank the presenters. My name is Atima Jackson Lee Buti, Member of Parliament, Arua Central from Arua City. My first question goes to members of Parliament from Yala generally. We are talking about ESC. For ESC to be fully fledged in this region, we need to be speaking the same language. I wanted accountability from Yala members of Parliament. What language are they talking in Yala? That's number one. Are they general talking about the ESC? What are their colleagues in other countries talking about this integration? Two, what is the feedback that they get in Yala about the integration from the heads of states of these countries of ESC? Because it seems, I want to allude to the point my colleague Honorable Fefa said. It seems the burden of this integration is only resting on Uganda. So I want to hear from the members, what are their counterparts talking? Number two, I want to ask the Minister for Trade, Honorable David Bahati. You know, Uganda is a hub in this integration, being a landlocked country. For this integration to succeed very well, we need all the factors worked upon. We are very happy that Uganda is taking interventions in some of the infrastructure developments across the region. Chair, my question goes to Minister in such a way that as Minister for Trade, who is in charge of, you know, the trade across, and aware that he was the Minister for Finance, what is the ministry's plan of ensuring that infrastructure like roads that actually contributes to the GDP of this country, especially in exports and imports, where he was praising the country, Congo and Uganda, where Congo and Sudan, where Uganda is earning a lot of money. The road network that leads to these two countries, South Sudan and DRC, from Karuma is so wanting. And we have raised this as if we are only talking about West Nile region, as if we are only talking about Arua. We have raised this over and over. What is the minister's position? Do they coordinate things with Ministry of Works and Transport? Do they work in partnership to see that such problems are solved? If not, the efforts of Uganda in making sure that road network in Congo and other countries are improved will be derailed if we do not work on this. Lastly, I want to say something. Yes, Madam Chair, we have issues to raise because we want this integration to succeed.
It's okay.
Allow me to raise the last one. The last point is on civil society. The person I believe is still around. You know, the involvement of civil society is very paramount in making sure this integration succeeds. But many times, actually, before I say that, I am surprised that today, the tone of the presentation by the representative of civil society is different. Civil society is known in mostly negative activism. You see, many times they are looked at doing negative activism. Now, how do they play a role in ensuring that this integration succeeds if they always propagate negative, like the media houses that always report negative things instead of reporting positive things about our country? You see, we need to change our way of doing things for this country to succeed in some of these things. So these are my concerns. I will want responses on that, especially the poor road network from Karuma that leads to Congo and South Sudan, which countries are the key partners in this integration. Thank you very much.
Wow, the last question, I don't know who you are directing to, because in the previous presentations, I think we had issues of civil society organizations. So maybe this one, the members of parliament from East Africa community can answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Allow me to stand so that I keep time. First of all, I want to appreciate, mine is a comment, and I want to encourage ourselves to see what solution we can get. When you look at the projects that are ongoing, my name is Amos Kankonda. I represent the people of Rampara in the 11th Parliament of Uganda. Yes. Nilikuwa naomba niongee Kiswahili kama ni vizuri. So you see, but anyway, since they are not comfortable, I know my Honorable Minister Bahati might not speak everything. So I'm saying we have seen a number of good projects ongoing in East Africa. Let me mention just the standard gauge rail. It comes from the port of Mombasa, and along the way it stops, and it has not reached Uganda. And Uganda is yearning to see it reach, and then we also do the same. The same has come from Dar es Salaam and is coming up to Mwanza. So we seem to be operating in silos. We have done a dry port at Kigoma, at Lake Tanganyika, with an intention of exploiting an opportunity to export to the south parts of our region, and also penetrate through Lake Tanganyika to the Republic, the Congo. Now, the point is, when we operate like that in silos, we are not reaching the intended objective. Is it possible for us as the states to work on such projects in harmony so that we know we are doing on roads as an ESC to make sure we exploit the opportunity? The same applies to the telecommunications. The telecommunications, you cross and go to Tanzania, to Kenya, you are unable to communicate to a business person that you want to share with in Uganda because of the tariffs that we have not harmonized. And that's why I'm saying, when you look at projects that are being done by Tanzania, for example, to plow along the Lake Victoria, they are building ships, and we should be able to partner with them because we'll be exploiting a lot of opportunities to take such cargo. I'm asking the question, can we harmonize such big strategic projects as an ESC block to make sure we're able to exploit them 100%?
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Amos. I'm now shifting. Honorable Katesh.
Yes.
Briefly, then I shift.
Before it
to the other side.
crosses, I just wanted to touch base on about two issues. One, I just came back from Tanzania as a member of Natural Resources, and we visited Tanga. From our assessment, the Tanzanian seems to be more enthusiastic and more, with a lot of energy than we are moving, especially with respect to the pipeline. One of the issues that came out was the delays in resolving the border issue at Mutukura to enable the compensation to be done. It's a small issue, but our government seems to be accused of taking a lot of time to resolve such a small issue to enable a bigger thing to move. Maybe the minister can comment about it.
Yeah.
The second issue is for the private sector, the bank. The people we represent, most times what we have heard from the banking sector is the story that starts from small and medium going upwards. But I want to tell you that there is a whole layer under the small and medium that is totally unbanked, totally neglected. And when you talk about opportunities in the oil and gas sector, they have nowhere to start. They are actually suffering under the weight of loans from those circles in villages. Now, when they get into the parish model, we are going to do a lot of production. How do you get from your constituency, madam? How do you mobilize all that production to find its way in Hoima? How does the bank review its approach towards financing small, medium enterprises that have no financial literacy, that don't know how to keep books? I have a feeling that we need to review some of our approaches. Maybe, madam, as we discussed in the morning, the aspect of financial inclusion is still a dream for the people who represent down there.
Thank you.
Now, with the opportunities coming, how does the bank try to position itself for
Exactly.
such?
Thank you. Madam Emma has noted. Now going to then I come like this. The gentleman in a white shirt with a black coat and a black tie. So I can't pronounce your names. I'm sorry. I can't because I don't know your names. Then you give to, yes.
Yeah,
person
thank you
raising
very
their hand.
much, Madam Moderator. I'm Mike Sebalu, former member of Viala. I just want to make an intervention quickly with the minister and Mr. Lubondo. On a scale of 1 to 10, Mr. Minister, how do you rate the political will? Because whatever we are talking about is hinged on the political will to actualize a common good of integrating and be able to partake of the benefits. Once we do it right, all of us stand a chance to benefit, but we seem to be inward looking, always falling back to national interest and sovereignty. You agree on something, when you go back to the capitals, you find it is not given the due attention. So how do we overcome that? And Mr. Lubondo, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is the state of preparedness? Because we've always had this anxiety building. Every other time we are close, we are close. How close are we in terms of rating and benefiting from the oil economy? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. The next person. Yes. Perfect.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
My name is Ogwal Moses Goli, Dokolo North, MP. I start with whatever I'm going to discuss, maybe come up with a proposal. I look at the point of oil. I know it is oil, but I don't know whether Rubondo will be able to answer it properly because it goes beyond oil. It is issue of,
honorable?
the issue I'm seeing is, Mr. Rubondo, when we signed the FEED, you saw how the exchange rate changed quickly. Within 1 month, actually 14 days, Uganda shilling are depreciated by 4%. What has actually saved us is the crisis of oil, which has meant the purchases of oil take more of the dollars and make the dollar gain. The prediction we see, if it normalizes, is we have 3 stages. The first stage, which is just area where people are just gambling up. I've forgotten the right word. The first phase where everybody is saying, hey, Uganda oil is going to come, so the shilling starts appreciating, just even without any investment. Then the second level is when we have the investment and we're saying 15 to 20 billion US dollars, that is going to put a lot of pressure and make the shilling appreciate a lot. The third level will be when we now start having the oil. That will make it worse, even the appreciation. What it will mean, and actually the central bank will have problems in managing it. What it will mean is that we are going to be hit with exports. The exports will be earning little, so it will be a challenge to promote even our agricultural items. While the imports will be very, very cheap, so it is easier for you to import anything you want from outside. So oil will replace all the production we are seeing in the oil seeds, which we are having. So that is a big threat, which we need the reorganization of government. That's why I said it now goes beyond the oil side. The oil is good, but the challenge is now, how do we be competitive to the level of the appreciation of the shilling? Yeah? The previous discussions we had in my previous life, if everything goes very well, the shilling is supposed to appreciate between 25 to 35%, which means that's the disadvantage you will have in our export.
Thank you.
And the disadvantage further will have when the imports come into the country.
Thank you, Honorable.
That's why I said, please bear with me. Whatever I'm going to say is longer. So the issue is, how prepared are we to ensure that we become competitive to that level? Are we coordinated to see and manage that shock? Actually, Barty would be, Honorable Barty, I'm sure you will be able, especially in your previous life, to help us see how we're going to move into that direction. That is, as you come into the solution, I see a lot of opportunities also which we can look at. Stanbic, when you talked about, and I think Gatesh tried to mention it, there are a lot of opportunities to take advantage of the oil. We have the PDM, we have the banking sector. How coordinated are we? How are we going to build on what the PDM is doing, supported with the synergies of other private sector, to see that we take advantage of the oil sector to remove the challenge which I'm mentioning to Rubondo now. That is one of the issues, colleagues. I'll bring this up in Parliament for further discussions so that we can discuss it very well.
Yeah,
and then lastly, Barty. In the ESC, you will notice that the preference of the tax is mainly guided by Minister of Finance. I'm happy you are in finance and now you are in charge of industry. Why don't we plan in ESC so that we clearly know our strategy of industrial development, which will then guide the tax structure? Now, currently we are guided by what Minister of Finance is thinking. We should be guided with how we want to, for example, if we want to make sure the whole of East Africa, we are exporting construction material, then guide the tax arrangement in such a way that it boosts it, not from where you are, to protect it and bring problems. Thank you.
Thank you, but can we really control the time, please? Second line, Honorable from East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable Mary Mujini. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to start by thanking the presenters. Really wonderful presentations. We've learned a lot, just like yesterday. I think this seminar has been really lucky to have facilitators like this, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers and thank you even more for doing our work as East African legislators. Now, the questions, because we don't have much time, I would like to go straight to the point.
Yes.
Let me start with the question that Honorable Atimali asked, because he asked that question directly to the East African legislators. We are here. Now, it is very difficult to gauge the commitment of individual countries to the integration agenda. All I can say is that all East African countries, the leaders from the summit members to the Council of Ministers, to the legislators, fellow colleagues in Parliament, everyone would like to see the integration taking place. The only difference is how fast, how urgent, what are the priorities. I'll give you an example. I find that Uganda, because of our leadership, we would like to see integration happening faster because of our leadership. So it all depends upon the leader. Some leaders, it is the policy is or the approach, and really this is from my own personal reading, is my country first so that I can have what to put on the table when trading, when negotiating, or whatever, you know, what is it that I'm bringing to the market, the common market? So the priority is strengthen self, sometimes at the expense of the focus on the East African integration. Indeed, we cannot be at the same level, and the leadership determines a lot, but everyone supports the East African integration from my reading. Now my question goes to Stanbic Bank. Madam Mujisha, why are you not present in Burundi and Rwanda? And yet they joined the East African community earlier than South Sudan. I realize and congratulate you that you are in South Sudan already, and that benefits all of us. Why are you not in Burundi? Now I'm speaking as an East African legislator. Secondly, you've just said, to my happiness, that now the banks are interconnected. When we had just been elected in 2017, I am your customer in Stanbic Bank in Uganda. And I would normally go to Kenya and transact business, deposit, withdraw, use my ATM card and so on. But that is not the case in Tanzania. I would like to know, when did you start doing that? Because if that was the case, I would not actually have had to open an account with another bank. I would have continued with my Stanbic Bank account based in Kampala. But I had now to open an account with a Tanzanian bank because it was giving me a better facility at that time. Since Stanbic Bank, I would have to open an account.
Summarize, Honorable.
So when did you move there? Is it in plan or it has already happened? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. That was lengthy. Honorable Musamali.
Thank you, Chair. All the presenters, protocol observed. The name once again is Paul Musamali, member of the IALA. I just want to quick, because of time. Honorable Bahati, when he was presenting, he noted that some of the challenges we have in terms of integration is because of the homogeneous economies. We are producing the same products and it becomes difficult. Now, I want to bring to the attention of the participants that the East African Legislative Assembly passed a law called the East African Community Competitions Act. That law is to provide for mergers and acquisitions of companies. I am of a view that Ugandan traders and East African traders make use of this law, because we are producing the same products, but we are at different levels of production. For your information, this laws, the law on competition is only in Kenya, Rwanda, and Tanzania. Uganda, we don't have. And it's supposed to come from your ministry, Honorable Bahati. So we would encourage you that we speed up that law such that we encourage companies to merge. So, for example, if we are producing eggs here, people can organize themselves, and the Kenyans want eggs for bread. If we are not using eggs for bread or for whatever the case, now these companies, the companies in Uganda and those in Kenya can work together at different stages of production, so that we minimize on unnecessary competition and solve the problem of the homogeneous products we are producing. This one is just a comment, Honorable Minister. You said that we have gold in terms of abundant products, raw materials we have. You said we have $12.8 trillion worth of gold. Now, the problem which I have came from the speech of the president, our president. He said that we have 12.8 trillion worth of gold in terms of dollars, but some technocrats in the ministry, I think of energy, had negotiated with investors such that they give us 600 billion, and then for them, they take the rest. Honorable Minister. For me, I was very annoyed when I heard that. As a Ugandan, those technocrats, if they are there,
Yes.
the case which should be brought against them should be beyond treason.
Yes, that will.
Yes, Honorable Chair and Honorable Minister. Please shed more light on this matter. It was brought to our attention by our president in one of the addresses we have been having. And then this very last one is about revenue. This is to ED Rubondo. You said that we expect to get 1.1 to 2 billion US dollars annually from our oil. That is in terms of revenue. Is this after costs of production, or what is it? Because we may be excited when in actual sense the cost of production is 70% of what you are telling us. And then the Honorable Atimali about the language. There are times, you asked us whether we speak the same language. There is a times when we speak the language as if we are at the Tower of Babylon. You remember when people started speaking different languages? Just a quick one, in a second. But what I want to make you comfortable is that the treaty provides for what we call variable geometry, and the president talked about it yesterday. First of all, for us as Uganda, we need the community more than anybody else because of our geographical location. So we cannot do away with the efforts to integrate. But there are different levels of understanding and including implementation, like the Honorable Minister noted. The treaty allows us to move, just like the President said yesterday, that we can move with those who are willing to move. So Uganda, and remember that we only have among the pioneers to reestablish the community, we still have only the president who is still alive.
Please, time.
Please. So the president advises that we shall move with those who are willing to move with us. For example, we have what we call one network area, which allows us to communicate at the same rate, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and South Sudan. Tanzania and Burundi are yet to come on board. We have a single visa for Uganda, Kenya, single tourist visa, Uganda, Kenya, again, and Rwanda. The others are yet to come. So we shall move slowly like that. Like the minister said,
Yes.
he quoted in Nyerere that while others are walking, let us run. Let us run with those who are willing to run.
Please,
Thank you.
Honorable, thank you.
Thank
You've
you, and I'm
taken a
sorry.
lot now. Members, it is coming to 2:30. Yes, I'm giving chance to the last row on this side. Please. Honorable, so can we wrap up in the next 10 minutes so that we conclude and go for lunch? We cannot go for lunch now after 3. It will not be very good for us. Is it okay, members?
Can I?
So can you speak up?
Thank you so much.
Your name?
My name is
Yes.
Richard Wanda.
I will.
I'm the Member of Parliament for Bungoho Central in Mbale. Mine are very quick questions. Yesterday, His Excellency indicated that in Germany, the drivers of integration were the private sector. From Madame Emma's presentation, you seem to be saying the political side must integrate first. From what the members have just stated, I think you have a very big role in this integration. Have you integrated? Looking at the different countries for presence, but also in terms of charges, for bank charges and the like, can we have a seamless bank known as Stanbic running in East Africa? Then we also look at other entities, the telecom companies and the like. And in this vein, I want to request the chairperson, PEACA. Can we, I'm also a member of PEACA. Can we now engage the different companies first to integrate?
Yes.
So that there is a seamless kind of environment. To Mr. Ernest Rubondo, I thank you for your presentation and always being very objective. You have indicated about the gold, but there are other surveys that have done, have been done around the Elgon region. I'm told the Bulambuli area, Karamoja also has oil. You didn't comment about that. Then in relation to infrastructure, Honorable Minister Bahati, I will not go into your good presentation, but we have been accused by the other East African countries that as Uganda, we delay progress. For example, the standard gauge railway. Can we know where we are now? Because the others say Uganda is moving very slowly on this matter. Honorable Chair, permit me comment on the issue raised by Honorable Goli. His concern is about the exchange rate. I do not have the statistics, but I know we import more than we export. So the issue of exchange rate here should not be a threat to us because we actually incur a bigger cost because we are importing. So if the exchange rate, if the Ugandan shilling appreciates, we stand to gain. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Honorable Katesh, I hope there was some question directed to you, to the chair, PEACA, by him. Honorable Rosa Cole has moved out. Okay. Yes, let me give you a chance now, and we now give the facilitators time to wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is a quick one, and I am directing it to the Honorable Minister. And my concern is about our level of preparedness and commitment to the integration process. Chair, I don't intend to declare my ignorance about this process, but I'm wondering whether we have like an East African committee that is responsible for ensuring that this integration process goes on. Because yesterday, the president shared with us a newspaper, and I took time to read through this newspaper. I realized that the process started as the discussion about the process started as early as 1986. So I'm wondering, are we just pushing from this side and no one is helping us the other side, or what is happening? Thank you.
You're welcome. I think that is all. Is it so much burning you? Okay, because I was going to give the next two, so you are the second person, because Honorable Rosa Cole has moved out.
Chair, first of all, allow me to introduce myself. I'm John Bosco Kalisa, the CEO of the East African Business Council. First of all, I need to apologize that I was moderating a similar session on cross-border investment in the EAC. And the issues raised by honorable members of Yala and PEACA, these are very pertinent issues, the same we've been deliberating on. But one issue that we've observed again, maybe which is the previous speaker has highlighted, is the issue of implementation, having timelines in terms of the commitments. And I think we have observed that heads of state, there is a political will and commitment to integration, but we've been confronted with implementation challenges at all levels, not one partner state or another, but at all levels. So I think the deliberation now would be to task, and I want to thank my brother, the chair of PEAC, for bringing this excellent initiative, where the Yala members and parliamentarians engage the private sector. I was in the retreat of the heads of state and the summit. The private sector in the region has committed, we need to reclaim our position. We need to drive. We shouldn't wait for the politician. For us, we need to move forward. That is the commitment we've made. We can't wait. So we need to regain and reclaim our position as private sector and integration, as it is clear in the treaty that the integration is private sector led and people-centered. So we need to take that leading role. And I want to really thank again the chair, the organizer of this forum. This is the right thing we are doing. And I want to thank you. And we commit as the ABC to continue to work with PEAC to address those challenges that impede the development of our region. Thank you very much, Madam
You're
Chairperson.
welcome. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your concerns. Now, the facilitators are going to respond. We are starting with the lady. Yes, ladies first. So,
yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will start with the question from the MP from Bukwa District. Stanbic Bank is a business, so we shall follow business. And what we're doing for some of the areas which are hard to reach or which haven't yet created enough business for a branch is we're working with local circles and traders to be our agents. And as that business then grows to a level where it can sustain a branch, we'll be happy to come and open a branch. But the agents are actually giving the services that the bank is giving. So we've grown a big branch network. And what we have found, especially in our work with circles, is that they actually create very good agents for us. But we also supplement one another with those agents by training, by also giving them business. So if you have a circle or a good businessman in your area, we're happy to come and support them as an agent as we build the level of business to be able to hold a branch. Somebody else asked about the coverage in Congo. We do have a branch, we do have a Stanbic Bank in Congo, although it is mostly on the Kinshasa side. Obviously, there is a big part of Congo that is served out of Western Uganda. And there's a lot of business that comes through that space. We actually have a lot of our traders that take goods across, and we'll find that all our border branches receive a lot of cash dollars because of that lack of infrastructure. On the other hand, we're working to see how we can best serve that side of Congo. But I think what would even be better is to put this trade into money that's not necessarily cash, because cash will always be expensive and dangerous to trade with, and will always be not the best mode of trade. But of course, it's also safer from a tax perspective for traders. So we will work with our customers as we go along. Honorable Katesh talked about below the SME level. Last year, we started a journey. We did recognize this, especially during COVID. We started a journey of partnership, because as a bank, we don't have the capacity to support the micro enterprise. I started my career as a loan officer in a micro enterprise company in Faulu, Uganda. And my job was to set up groups, teach them and lend them money. And it was a journey you took for about 3 years. And you could only have 10 groups of about 400 people. So imagine if we were to do that for the rest of the country, we need to hire an army to be able to do that. So what we've done is to partner with SACCOs, support the SACCOs for training, digitization, give them money so that they can reach their members. Of course, there's the whole process of supporting the SACCOs to be stronger. And again, as I said, this is going to be with partners. So we have to partner with other private sector players, with civil, NGOs that have been in this space before, with government. We have actually a very good partnership with a project of Ministry of Finance in Northern Uganda on VSLS. We would never have been able to bank VSLS in the past, but because of that partnership, we're able to do it now. So partnerships is the way to go, and we shall continue to build on these partnerships to increase our reach. Another member asked, what is our role in the integration? Is Stanbic integrated in itself? So Stanbic East Africa actually has one leader, who's Patrick Mwehire, who used to be our CE. And his job is actually to make this integration of Stanbic real in the East African region. And he will probably be in the spaces that you are trying to bring that reality. So the video I showed you starts with payments, but there are other areas where we're working together, products that we're working together, or projects where we're working together to just create that seamless bank. But of course, it would be easier if we had one currency. So that's where we have to also push the burden back to the politicians to say there is a part that you also have to play to make it easier. In terms of Burundi and Rwanda, I think Rwanda has been a case that Stanbic has looked at on and off in different times, but again, it goes back to an economic decision. Stanbic is a business. So as we continue in the integration, the question will be, is there merit for us to do that, or is there merit in partnering with a local bank such that we serve our customers seamlessly as opposed to opening up a branch? We've been open in Tanzania for the longest time as Stanbic, but we recently, this year, had the seamless transactions between Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Stanbic Tanzania has fewer branches, so it may not be as visible as Uganda or Kenya, but it is growing, and we now have a seamless platform between the 4 countries as we've shown you. I think those were my questions. I'll hand over to back to the chair.
Thank you. Can we clap for her? Because she has really ably answered the concerns. Honorable Rosacol, I gave you a chance. I think there were concerns for East African community. I don't know whether you have something to say about it on behalf of the members of the YALA.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the concerns have been answered by Honorable Mary and the Honorable Msamali, unless
there's something else.
Okay.
That they specifically want to get from us.
Does it relate to what you wanted to say?
No, what I wanted to say was, I'm happy the Honorable Chair of this forum is here.
Yes.
One was to request that, as the president said yesterday, that this integration is supposed to be for prosperity of our people. And our theme is it's supposed to be people-centered and trade-driven. So it's about trade. So I wanted to implore the chair, let's have a drive to our border points, especially Legu, Butukula, Busia-Malaba, and others, so that we get to know the issues that the Horaba and those key border points, get to know the actual trade issues. And on that matter, I also wanted to request our minister to try and do the same, be hands-on. I know you could have done it, but in case you haven't, just have that drive. We have already passed the protocols on the customs union. That is the common, we now have a common external tariff on some goods on the list, and then we have the common market, which guarantees freedom of movement of people and goods and services. We are now into the monetary union, as our chief banker said here. It is work in progress. Soon we shall be having one currency. We have already passed 2 bills. One has been assented to. That is on the establishment of a common bank, and then also on the Statistics Bureau. So the other one on compliance and enforcement, and 2 others are with us at Parliament. We're going to work on them before December.
Yes.
Now, on the issue of the common market, free movement of goods and services, as East Africans, we are aware of what goes on. There are a lot of NTBs that are being imposed by member states. Now, I want to give an example to my Minister of Trade. Some 2 countries, if one imposed the tariff this morning, by evening, the other has reciprocated by also imposing a what? A tariff on their goods. Now, that one has helped these 2 countries to actually drive the trade volumes in between the 2. I don't want to say the names, but I know my minister will know. The 2 countries now have very high volumes of trade because that is the language. I'm aware at the Malaba-Busia borders, our eggs, our products, because of one time when we were net exporters actually to this country, to the other country. I think they realized there was a challenge. That was a challenge for them. We have never been net exporters to Kenya. So this time around, small levies on eggs, and they bring in issues. You see, our traders are really suffering. That's why I'm saying, can we have a drive? So can't we? We have followed diplomatic, tried diplomacy, but it is not working. So I also want to implore our trade minister, put some eyes at the borders. The moment there's a tariff, like now there's a levy on eggs, which is, to me, it is an illegal levy because it's against one of our protocols, freedom of movement of goods and services, as guaranteed by the Common Market Protocol. So if we have also that alternative of reciprocating to these people, I'm telling you, some of these NTBs will not be there, especially to our traders. So I just want to implore our minister to have an active eye at our border points and also study the levies that are being imposed on goods from Uganda to other countries, especially at border with Kenya and then border with Tanzania, and see whether we can also reciprocate to build up the trade now between us, because when they impose, we also impose, then it is removed. because we are all losers at the end of the day. Because we all want trade, it will be removed anyway. So
is it
thank you
good
so
for
much
that? Thank
for
you,
the time.
Honorable. Thank you,
Thank you.
Honorable. Now, I'm giving the chance to Mr. Rubondo. Mr. Rubondo, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, members, for those very exciting and interesting questions. I'll try and be extremely brief. I think the first one to me was from Honorable Kateni of Ramburi, Isaac. And his question was on relation to distribution of jobs in the oil and gas sector. First of all the jobs in the oil and gas sector are advertised, whether they are in the public institutions or the private institutions. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is required to ensure that all jobs which the companies are going to offer are advertised in the public press. And if they are not, the people they employ, without going through that process, the money they pay them is not recoverable. So they are actually complying. And I believe many of you have seen these adverts in the papers. Those adverts do not ring fence any area. And so the people that are coming into the oil and gas sector are from all parts of Uganda. We must, however, recognize that there are some lower level jobs which are being implemented in the communities. So the policy of local content has the national content aspect, which is for the country. It also recognizes the community content aspect, where the people on the ground are given that advantage. It's also important to know that the people on the ground also don't have all the leverage, because if their costs are high, then people who come from outside can even take those smaller jobs. But because they are impacted a lot by the activities, it's only fair that they have that advantage for the jobs that are specifically in the communities. Chairperson, the next question was from Honorable Mike Sebaru, who was saying, what is the state of preparedness and when is this oil coming? As I explained, the benefits and value from oil and gas are not restricted from the revenue that the country will earn from selling crude oil and gas. There are already a lot of people who are employed. There are a lot of companies that are providing goods and services. In our speak, we say those have already found their oil. There is a lot of activity. As I said, this year, the investment is $3 billion, 3 times what this country has had before. And we are already halfway the year. So a lot of this money is already invested. So activity has begun on the ground to build infrastructure. This activity is bringing value to the country. And so things are already happening. If you make reference to when will the oil come out of the ground, and so when will Uganda start earning revenue from selling its oil, the date is 2025. In 2025, oil will come out of the ground, but from what I have explained, a lot of water would have gone under the bridge, and Uganda is not among those countries that are sitting here waiting to start getting benefit when oil comes out of the ground. Uganda is also benefiting from these processes that are happening even before oil comes out of the ground. I must say here that the prolonged negotiation to conclude these agreements before the countries took FID actually helped the country, because the country was able to prepare itself better. You can imagine if the countries had taken FID before these institutions are put in place, before the regulator is in place, before the national oil company is in place. If they had gone ahead before these 11,000 welders are trained, and so on. So yes, from the business point of view, one recognizes a cost in the delay, but from the national point of view, it has been beneficial to organize ourselves before things kick off. And I can assure you that things have actually kicked off now, and there's a lot of activity in the country's oil and gas sector. Same as in Tanzania. The other question was from Honorable Moses Yokoro North, and I think somebody there responded to it, about the impact on the dollar. I think members here will agree that as a country, the only impacts we have been having on our dollar have been in the direction of where the shilling loses value. Now we have an activity that at least contributes to the shilling maintaining value. The shilling did not drop so much. Actually, what happened when the agreements were signed, the shilling stabilized at some point. And I think the best thing is for the currency to be stable, not to keep swinging up and down. Therefore, if the oil and gas sector is going to contribute to the shilling stabilizing, that should be a very good thing. I don't think the revenue that will come will cause the shilling to get so much value as to hurt others, because even the $1 to $2 billion that is expected to be earned from revenue is not completely abnormal from the other revenues that the country is getting. I am aware, for instance, that the revenue, the money the country is getting from the diaspora is in the range of $1 to $1.5 billion. I learned recently that the money the country is earning from coffee is also about $1 billion. So this should kind of balance it. But also let me inform you that the country has prepared for this oil and gas sector very well. And there is a policy. And in that policy, there is a requirement for the country to put in place a petroleum fund. The legislation for this fund is also in place. This means that the revenue the country gets from oil and gas is not going into the economy directly. It's going into this fund. And so the government and the legislature will have an opportunity to decide how these funds are used in a manner that they do not destroy the economy. So, Chair, I would like to assure the honorable member that these aspects have been taken care of, and so he needs to be rest assured. The second final one was from Honorable Samali, who was asking whether the $1 to $2 billion is before or after cost recovery. It's after cost recovery. And finally, Honorable Wandera from Bungoko did mention that there is a survey in the Kadam Moroto Basin in eastern Uganda, which I did not mention. Yes, you're right. There are efforts to confirm whether that area also has commercial oil and gas resources, but I didn't mention it because you recall that the slide on the resources in the region, I only spent half a minute on it. But thank you very much, honorable member. Yes, members, there is an opportunity for oil and gas there, but the potential has not been confirmed yet. Government is doing a lot of work to see if this area can also have commercial oil and gas resources. Honorable Chairperson, those are the questions that were directed to me. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rubondo. Honorable Minister, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions and the comments you have made on our presentation. And Chair of PEACA, I'm sure that probably in future, you'll continue to organize many of these special thematic areas so that there's time to exhaust many of these topics. Honorable Kadogo raised the issue of that we raised the challenges, but we did not speak more about the solutions. There are some solutions that we mentioned in the paper, and some of them include the building of infrastructure in DRC Congo. Colleagues, as you remember, in the 10th Parliament, we passed 220 billion to support the building of roads in DRC Congo to facilitate our trade. We're also working on issues to do with electricity, having common infrastructure, electricity in DRC Congo, with TZ to see whether we can open a line on Lake Victoria to be able to transport coal maybe towards Isingiro, so that it can facilitate the development of steel industry in the Chigezi region. But also, obviously, each one of us now know the efforts of His Excellency the President in terms of peace and security in the region, the efforts of our armed forces with DRC Congo to stabilize the region, because with stability, so much can be done, trade can be done. And when trade is being done, when people are making money, they don't make noise, because money does not like noise. where people are on the dining table, there is little noise. And that's the ultimate goal we want. So when you stabilize the economy, the region, when there is peace and then trade is flourishing, then you avoid even future conflicts. Honorable Face raised the issue of protection, and Rose Akol also talked about it. How much can we really defend our sovereignty in the context of the East African region? It is important to note, and I want to persuade Rose, that we need to continue being committed to what we agree at the East African level. Because one of the reasons that led to the collapse of the community was mistrust. So those who are suggesting that if Kenya puts a tariff, Uganda, we should quickly, in the evening, call parliament, if it's a tax, and pass a tax immediately to respond. I think the view of His Excellency the President and our view is that let us remain committed. If there is a problem, we talk about it in an open manner, honestly, transparently, but try to find solutions as a community. But if we go into fighting, then we can create mistrust and eventually create bigger problems in the community. Some of us who have studied finance, and those who have studied also finance, you remember what we call the chaos theory, that a small butterfly on the Indian Ocean can actually cause a tsunami on the Atlantic Ocean by just starting small. So we need to avoid small problems. How we solve small problems can actually lead to a bigger problem. So I think instead of reacting, would rather raise these issues at the summit level and see how to resolve them. The same case, I think maybe what we can do, because some of these protocols, we negotiate them and have a summit, even heads of state summit, pass them. So there's need to involve in the process, parliament and all the stakeholders, so that if something is passed at the East African level, then all of us are really in for it and to defend it. But let's remain committed. Let's remain committed. There is the issue of minerals. How are you exploiting? And this also goes to Honorable Samari, who said that the president said we have reserves of gold, 12.8 trillion, but some technocrats wanted us to get the royalties of 600 million. We have now a policy, no exportation of raw materials, no exportation of unprocessed minerals from the country. There is a ban now. And what we have done, we were put in place a committee where I sit in the interministerial committee to study what can be done to exploit and take advantage of the mineral source we have. We also have in the minerals law, which is going, the bill which is before parliament, is going to be passed hopefully this week, a mining company. So we are going to process these minerals ourselves, either through attracting investors to process them and have a mineral mining
the power, the leverage. And it's because of the structure and the powers that are vested in these institutions. There is a complete imbalance because one is supposed to be oversighting the other, but the one that is being oversighted still has powers to veto. So you see the contradictions. I'm left with just 5 minutes. So the Council of Ministers has the responsibility of sponsoring bills. The reason why we are having a lot of backlog is because the Council of Ministers, before it sponsors a bill, before it presents a bill to Parliament, to IALA, they must build consensus. And consensus means 6 partner states must all agree. They have all to come together and agree that the provisions of this bill are correct, then they bring it to IALA. So because of that, it is a very slow way of sponsoring bills, and yet the responsibility is squarely on council. Now, when you, a private member, comes up with a private member's bill, one, you don't have resources to process such a bill. No matter how beautiful such a bill is, you don't have the resources. Should you get resources maybe from any other source, it's also questioned because they do not allow the assembly to be sponsored by other to preserve its independence. So you have to again convince council that this is a very important bill. Now, even if the assembly proceeds and processes such a bill, it has to pass the consensus test of council. So council has a lot of powers because it's delegated powers by the summit. And remember, as I told you, summit has a lot of influence, a lot of powers. They decide. Summit can sit and just make one decision that changes the whole structure of the treaty. I mean, of the whole power of IALA. So when we are engaging on these matters, we need to understand what is the power structure of the East African community. And I can assure you that most of these institutions that we have, we create them. The institutions are created by council. Once a protocol has been signed, that protocol can create an institution. And that institution now, when it is created, what we have been asking for is that instead of running the East African community on just protocols, we must have a law, legislation by council. Once a protocol, I think there's it's bouncing back. That protocol can create an institution, and that institution now, when it is created. Can somebody help us with this? It's bouncing back. Is that instead of running the East African
the technical people, please.
We must have a law, legislation.
Otherwise, Sona Bodongo will talk for the whole evening.
Technical people, are you relaying this to the European Union? I'm told that there is no sound in the Zoom. Can the technical people help us with that? Yes.
Continue.
So let me just wind up on this.
Summarize.
Let me just summarize it.
Yeah. So,
when it comes to EAC, council takes decisions and on matters of bills, and also all our recommendations, we send them to council. Again, it is council that decides on them. Now, what we have been asking for is that we need to be empowered to hold in real terms council accountable the way the national parliaments can hold their ministers accountable. So that political accountability should not just be for members of IALA. That political accountability must also come down to the decision makers, who in this case are sectoral ministers, so that decisions that are taken at the region on matters of trade, on matters of Lake Victoria Basin, the East African Development Bank, and so on, should come within the purview of the national parliaments as well, because
it has to serve the interest of the East African citizens, and you are the ones who have been elected to make sure that you guarantee those interests. I'll give you one example, and I close. We are continuing to negotiate with the EPAs, Economic Partnership Agreements. There is what we call the principle of geometric asymmetry. The principle of geometric asymmetry was introduced as a measure to allow for progress to continue even when other partner states are not, other colleagues are not ready. So if we agree, like you saw with the infrastructure projects, you may find that a particular partner state is not ready at that time, but the others can agree. However, that principle has been abused in some aspects, because even now, as we are continuing to grapple with the economic partnership agreements, the Republic of Kenya has gone ahead to sign bilateral agreements with the United States, and using the principle of geometric asymmetry. I think the principle of geometric asymmetry is essentially supposed to operate within the East African community. It is not supposed to be a window for you to relate with a third country, because then you will be abusing the principle of common market. So in order to preserve that, you don't abuse the principle of geometric asymmetry. So Kenya decided to take exception of the decision that was taken by the partner states to stay the signing of the economic partnership agreement in order to sign bilaterals with America. Now you can see.
Honorable, basing on all the challenges you have enlisted, what do you think should be done in 1 minute?
What I propose should be done is, one, we need to look at the treaty. The treaty served its best when we were 3 partner states. Today we are 7 partner states. We are increasing the number of institutions, we are increasing the number of partner states without adjusting the treaty to be responsive to the emerging challenges of our regional integration. So we need to interrogate the treaty. Thank you so much.
Can we give a big clap for Honorable Odongo? Thank you. I think at this point, if there are some comments. Yes? Later, okay. All right, can we give a big clap for the presenter?
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Rollins Songa for the time and the chairing of the session. We now move to our last session, but I think you will stay there. Don't worry, stay. We are now I'm going to call upon Honorable Rose Akol to take on the next session, which is about the role of security and defense in the East African region, plus the presentation by EABC. Please come forward and take the chairpersonship or the chair. Then after that, we shall conclude with the reactions to all the presentations that have been made. And we conclude with the remarks from 2 of our guests. At exactly 6, I'm taking over the microphone from you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, honorable colleagues. I call Rose Okulu my name. If you see me winking, it's because I've not carried my glasses, but I can read, try to read what I'm trying to present. So this session, we shall have 2 presentations. We only have 50 minutes for presentations and also for the answer session. So maybe we shall limit 15 minutes for presentation. So I'm going to introduce the two presenters and one will follow after the other. First of all, I would like to introduce our presenter for the role of defense and security sectors in the East African integration process, prospects and challenges. So the presenter for this presentation will be none other than Major General Henry Masiko. I'll just give you a brief highlights of who this general is. His education background has a Master's of Arts in International Studies and Diplomacy, University of Nairobi, Master of Arts, Public Administration and Management of Makerere University, Bachelor of Arts, Political Science and Public Administration of Makerere, and then the working experience. He has a very big CV on working experience, but I'll only mention just a few. So working experience, he's been a freedom fighter, and I'm sure he's still a freedom fighter. He was a Deputy Director, Political Education and Information, 1991 to 1998. He has also worked as a commissioner, Movement Secretariat. That was 98 to 2001. He's also worked as a Deputy Director, Leadership Institute, Chankwanzi. I'm sure that's where most of us here, I want to say most of us, met him. That was 2001, 2008. He has also worked as a commissioner, Patriotic Clubs, Office of the President, 2010 to 2017. Now, since then to date, he is currently the Chief Political Commissar, UPDF Headquarters, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs. And he's also our colleague. I want to say our colleague. We are all members of parliament here. He's a member of parliament representing the UPDF since May 2021. So you're most welcome, General. But before you come, I also want to introduce the second presenter so that just after him, we'll have the next presenter. I'll call upon him. The second presentation will be made by the CEO of the East African Business Council, and that is John Pasco Kalisa. You can please move forward and take your seat. He previously worked with Rwanda Private Sector Federation. He also worked as the country representative of Trademark East Africa in the Republic of South Sudan, but is currently the CEO of the EABC. He has a Master's in Economic Policy and Planning, Makerere University, and a Bachelor of Arts, Economics of Makerere University. I now take this opportunity to invite Major General Henry Masiko to make his presentation. I'll give you 15 minutes. Please do a summary so that we allow time for questions and answer. It will be, I think, 5 presenters. So please, you're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, the leadership of the Parliamentary Forum for East African Community, all honorable members, colleagues, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I will marathon through my short paper, hoping that the organizers will capture the paper and maybe we shall see it in a publication in the future. That's the only way to reach a wider readership. I start my presentation with this quote, which is extracted from the UPDF, or the Uganda People's Defense, or the Defense Doctrine of Uganda. And this particular aspect is emphasized as a standalone in the defense doctrine of the country from the commander-in-chief. And I read because it gives the context of my submission. The strategic goal of Uganda is to be prosperous by modernizing and causing metamorphosis of the Ugandan society into a middle class and skilled working class, and eventually a knowledge-based society. And the interventions are talked about. But important in this quote is that the two other efforts that are crucial for our prosperity and security that we can only ensure if we work with other Africans of the East and Central Africa. The two efforts are economic integration to ensure a larger market for our products, and political integration or political federation to ensure strategic security. Remember, this is a defense doctrine. So doctrine in terms of militaries talks about there was a country fights, how it fights them, and with what means. So when you look at this as the bedrock of the Uganda defense doctrine, you clearly see that the posture of our forces is about those crucial goals, that people must be prosperous, but they must be prosperous in a bigger political entity, not in enclaves. The above quote that underscores the defense doctrine of Uganda clearly recognizes the fact that the posture of UPDF, being part of the East African Community Defense and Security Architecture, is premised on a historic mission of ensuring a transformed and prosperous society of Uganda and the rest of the African people, particularly within the East and Central African region. In other words, it is clear that defense and security outlook is not a matter of generic issues of how to fight wars, but rather that any defense considerations must reflect an ideology that answers the demands of our given times. Given that Africa over the last 600 years has suffered setbacks, including, among others, the plundering of the African resources, including its human resources in the era of the infamous slave trade, the direct colonization that was marked by unprecedented balkanization of the continent into enclaves owned by different European powers, genocide, neocolonialism, and naked marginalization to date, leading to the state of underdevelopment and the lagging people of Africa behind the rest of humanity. It is imperative that Africa defines strategic objectives and goals which answer the above historical distortions. Such goals, which constituted the agenda of our independence heroes, include self-determination and preserving independence, attaining and preserving democracy, economic prosperity of the African people, and reintegrating Africa through the spirit of Pan-Africanism and reclaiming African heritage, culture, and identity. Therefore, in answering the issue of the role of security and defense sectors in the integration process, prospects and challenges, it is important to keep the above context in mind. Prospects of integration, especially East African community, is not an option, but rather an imperative for our survival. Even if I ended my presentation, you clearly see that for us, especially the Uganda component of the East African Defense and Security Architecture, the mission is clear. One, that we represent an environment to ensure our society transforms. Two, that our mission is to see that ultimately we reverse the historic distortion, because Africa was not, it did not apply to be in these small Balkan states. In 1884, when this disaster occurred in the Berlin Conference, no African chief was in attendance. No African applied that Africa should be made into these small countries we seem to be jealous regarding today. This is a disaster that befell us. However, Africans, we seem to be like what I normally hear in the Nigerian cinemas of being bottled up. Other people who have had the misfortune of being dismembered and Balkanized, they are ever crying to be together. It's only Africans who are contented with the disaster that befell them without their participation. Therefore, when we are talking about defending Africa, defending our resources, the answer is we must go back to the roots. Where did the disaster, the distortion start from? One of the biggest one being that in being colonized, we were turned into enclaves for other people to play around. So I have a few paragraphs. The second paragraph is about what other peoples of the world do in order to survive. Even the mighty ones, they think of military alliances, they think of building blocks. When you read this paper, you'll see that we are not inventing the wheel. You can't survive single-handed. It's only Africans who always think God is there for them. They don't ever think of survival strategy. Other people know that the only survival strategy is building alliances. Even the United States, even Russia, even when it was the mighty Soviet Union, believed that they needed others. It's Africans who leave the matter to God because they know, maybe because we are the only children of God, that he will always be there to defend us, even when we don't put in an effort. This is what this paragraph is talking about. The third paragraph is talking about the treaty. The launching of the draft treaty for the establishment of the East African Community at the 9th meeting, meeting of the Permanent Tripartite Commission in Arusha, also signed the East African Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in Defense Affairs. This is something that was realized, and fortunately, maybe because of the nature of the actors in defense and security, in this area, we seem to be not playing around. We take this protocol very seriously. The fourth paragraph is now answering what we are asked to talk about, the role of defense and security sectors in the integration process. What has been the rationale and the theme, or the role of this sector is under the theme that a secure and peaceful environment for development and a mission of providing security within the region through enhanced cooperation. That's the thinking of the people who were signing these protocols. What areas are they looking at? They are looking at conflict prevention, preventing genocide. The other day, genocide has occurred in this region. And because Africans think God is there for us, everybody looked on until even the fish had to suffer. In South Sudan, recently, somebody was also about to occasion that, but this time around, we had become wiser. At least UPDF stepped in, and we are not talking of that in the annals of our history. Combating terrorism is another area of cooperation. Combating and suppressing piracy on our waters. Joint military training. Already, we in the defense and security sector, whenever you go in any part of East Africa, including the new member state, you meet your colleague whom you have trained and who you have operated in some way or the other. Joint operations, like recently we were in Eastern Uganda, the whole of East Africa, the East African armies were in Wikwe and Jinja, and our colleague SPLA wanted to remain around Njeru. They were feeling at home, and you can't believe what that means. These are young people, and it is a building block. Visits and exchange of information is another area of cooperation. Securing shared bodies. Here they are talking of water bodies, but even there are other bodies like mountains. Like now you have work on Wenzori, you have work in Oregon. Other roles of cooperation in defense and security is developing peacekeeping capacity and coordinating the participation of partner states in international and regional peace support operations. We have a big center for the region in Kenya, Karen. We all always converge there. And we have also a supported center at Jinja, where this capacity is being developed as a region. We enhance the capacity of partner states in management of refugees, cooperate in exchange of prisoners, detention, custody, and rehabilitation of offenders. We enhance the capacity of community with respect to disaster management and coordination of international humanitarian assistance. We coordinate and cooperate in matters related to peace and security within the communities, like what is going on in Karamoja. We are looking at a regional approach to stopping the menace of continuous rearmament, controlling proliferation of illicit small arms and light weapons, preventing and combating practices like rustling, as I have said. What are the prospects? What is it there that I had the language of low-lying fruits. What do we see? Of course, strategic security. That if East Africans or Africans can wake up to the issue that we can only defend ourselves together. Gaddafi died like a cat because we were fragmented. So nobody can ensure our survival if we keep an option of whether to integrate or not. We shall be wiped out if we don't look at integration as a strategic security imperative. Prospects of addressing internal weaknesses. Africa was colonized because each of the chiefs thought in his own village that was the world. The Wazungu went around the continent for close to 400 years, and the African chiefs were looking on. They were saying those people are just wanazunguka tu, that they are just moving around. They didn't know they reached every part of the continent, every tip of the continent. Even here in East Africa, they went at Mombasa. We kept looking on. Wanazunguka tu. Later they came.
You excuse me, General.
And they took off.
We are caught up by time, maybe.
So challenges are also there. You will read them in the paper, but the biggest one being resources. We have the will to work together or to participate in our own survival, but we think there are other people in the world ready to defend us and finance us. Like we are in Somalia, and we expect the European Union, the Americans to be the ones to help us solve African problems. We must sort out that challenge. So ladies and gentlemen, I conclude by saying the way forward is mobilization, sustain the current political will. Don't go into things which divert us. Look at the bigger picture. Let's have resilience. Task according to available resources. Let's not just be ambitious because we like copying. Copycats should be avoided. And of course, address causes of unprincipled conflict. And I end my presentation by saying, we either integrate or perish. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Major General. You can come over and take a seat. Our colleagues, due to interest of time, I am not going to do a summary of what the general has presented. I believe we have all taken note. There is a hard copy of the document here, which I'll hand over to the Secretariat for printing for each of us to get a copy. So I now like to call upon the next presenter. Please come forward. I think I'll just give you 10 minutes. Yeah. If you can manage 10 minutes or less, I'll be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. Indeed, I've introduced myself. I'm John Bosco Kalisa, the CEO of East African Business Council. And we are very glad to associate ourselves with PEACA. And I want to congratulate them and commend them for the excellent work they are doing. So allow me to quickly take you through the role of the private sector in the integration agenda. First of all, I need to make some few caveats that the treaty is very clear. The treaty is very clear. It is a framework in which it provides the tools that enable us to drive the integration. So under the treaty, the Article 127 to 129, it does highlight and scores the role of the private sector integration process, that the integration should be market-led integration. That's a very critical that we need to take a note of that. I wanted to share with you just a few insights that despite all these challenges we've ably enumerated, but our integration is working. Recent report by African Development Bank, that is 2021, indicated that the reason why EAC did not slide into recession, it is because of our deep commitment to integration. And I think that's the strong message that I wanted to convey to the audience here, that our integration is really working despite some of the challenges that we could work on. Another component that was highlighted that our leaders have invested heavily in infrastructure. When you move across the region, recently we had Chogam in Rwanda. Some of the infrastructure investment are incomparable to other RECs. And I think we need to applaud our heads of state and our ministers, including the EALA members. The third component that was highlighted in that report is our investment in agriculture, sustainable agriculture. We're able to, during COVID, we're able to feed our people despite the disruption by global supply chain. But EAC, through the commitment, through coordinated efforts, we're able to allow food-related items to allow our trucks to continue to move. No any other country that did that. So I wanted to highlight that despite all these challenges, there is always an opportunity that we need to explore. So from private sector perspective, and I want to thank the honorable members of VIARA who are here, that we've, as EABC, we've generated a kind of 10 commandments. What can we do? What can be done to deepen our integration? Again, given my background as a trade economist, when you look at the intra-regional trade, is one of the indicators that we've not moved further in terms of deepening common market as well as the customs. Our intra-regional trade is still very low at around 15%. Compared to other developing countries like East Asian countries, where it is almost 50%. So what are the issues? So I've presented this to the EALA members, and I want again to appreciate them. There are 10 issues. If those issues are addressed, we would be able to double or triple our intra-regional trade. One is prevalence of NTBs, non-tariff barriers, have continuously impeded or hindered the flow of goods across the region. Recently, EABC, with support from Trademark, we did a study. And in that study, we said if we remove NTBs, just remove NTBs at our borders, and we make it borderless trade for investment, we would be able to move to triple our intra-regional trade from current value of 16 billion US dollars to 64 billion US dollars. Just NTBs. What are those NTBs? It is not infrastructure related NTBs, but it is people-centered related NTBs. The customs related NTBs constituted almost 50% of the barriers we have at the border. And I want to thank the chair here, and I commit myself, chair, with your team and the ministers, that we need to visit, and EABC will fund you to visit all our borders, and you see the system that, the system, our trade facilitation agency are trade hindrance agencies. They are not facilitating trade, they are hindering trade. And I think that is an eye-opener that is something we can do with PEACA, with the ministers of trade. We go to our borders and see what is happening. Our institutions at the borders are hindrances. We shouldn't really, at the moment, for the goods produced within EAC. It is very clear that goods produced within EAC, milk from Uganda, beans either from any other country, we should stop them at the border. We should create a green lane for regionally produced goods. Those are goods that don't require even standards. So that is very critical, and that is something that we put across, that we need to work together. Let's visit the borders, and with EABC, we are keen to fund you. We go and look at at least we sample out of 20 borders. Let's take a sample of 7 borders and look at how we constrain our trade. That's one. Another issue, moderator, and I want to be very quick given the time allocated to me.
As you conclude.
I'm moving towards the directives by our heads of state are not implemented. We've talked about NTB Act. It has taken 2 years under what they call legal scrubbing. How long does it take really the act has been there, reviewed, legal scrubbing, it will take even 4 years. So we must be serious really in our integration in terms of action-oriented. The directives given by head, do we have actionable matrix in terms of directives? Quickly, another one is the trade remedy committees, where the dispute, we can resolve these disputes. We don't need to wait for the summit for trade remedy committee to work. It is a commitment that we need to do. Issues of harmonization of domestic taxes. This has been a song. It is like a verse in the Bible. We've talked about how we can we harmonize our tax for straight intra-regional trade. The issue of regional ESC local content policy, it has been in the offing for long and it has not been implemented. Lastly, my presentation is on the liberalization of air transport services in the ESC. Again, we did a study under air transport liberalization. The ESC, we are losing $200 million due to what I call restrictive charges, levies we impose on our airline. Our countries have invested in various airlines, but when you look at the landing charges and other cabotage charges we impose on our airline cannot break even. And these are issues that the head of state in 2018, they said we need to remove those charges. So I think these are some of the barriers that hinder our intra-regional trade. And I want really to thank you, moderator, and thank the PEACA for giving me this opportunity. And we are very keen to work with you and ensure that our region remains prosperous. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karisa Pasco. Our colleagues, I would like you to give a big round of applause for our presenters, Major General Masiko and Pasco Karisa. I also, in the interest of time, we are advised you can pick your cup of coffee and just walk with it in. And as we ask questions and conclude on this session. So now, I want to beg your indulgence. Right Honorable Kidega is having another function soon. And we could start by asking the questions you'd like him to answer so that immediately he will be able to answer and then move on to another engagement. Please, colleagues, let's start with the Right Honorable Kidega and then a few, maybe 5. Yes. I see, I'm not seeing the faces, the light is too bright, but there's a hand Goli, Ogwal Goli, and then you can manage this session. And then I see, yes. No, the light, I know the names, but now the light is, manage.
All right, can we start with Nicholas? Just come in front. Ogwal, Honorable Ogwal.
I'm not yet Nicholas. I'm still Ogwal.
All right. Make sure
quick one is
1 minute for your question.
Yeah. I was impressed with the idea of representation, how it should be. But my question to Right Honorable is, do you think the representation in the way we put it really covers what the framers of the treaty envisaged? Because I see most of what is being done, particularly in Uganda, it is being shared upon by political parties. And yet, my thinking is that the framers of the treaty wanted as different shades of opinion, which include things like business persons, of course, politicians, youth, women. Are we moving in the right direction, or what is your advice if we are to get different shades of opinion as envisaged by the framers of the treaty?
Thank you. Honorable Mugole.
Thank you, Chairperson. I named my son Bismarck, my firstborn, because of what Bismarck did in Germany to unify Germany. I want to begin that way. In 1 minute, I think I will have finished. That if we don't unify, we shall really perish. But on what Right Honorable Kidega said, I want to, on funding, the Great Lakes region, on payment of resources, they don't pay equally. They pay equitably using the GDP. So even for Yala, the facilitation should be according to the GDP, other than using equally. You cannot pay the same as Rwanda. I think that one, I want to agree with you in that area. And also in the area of representation. Whereas according to the UN, or the Westminster style, a small country, a bigger one, they all have one delegate to the UN. But in this particular aspect, because this is for our market and security, we would also have equitable, not equal, number of representatives. And that's why I should say that the treaty as of 1999 has lived its usefulness and it needs amend. I can tell you, I was a small man, I was a waiter, and there's a secret I've kept up to today. But it was among the presidents. You know, these waiters listen to very many secrets. So as Daniel Arap Moi, His Excellency, and Hassan Mwinyi were discussing the prayer breakfast that was going to sign this treaty. That treaty was not signed that day because of what they were in. They realized I was around. I have something, I think, to tell the president now that one of them is gone, and they told me never to share, but I have to share now. By the that thing made
Can you
me,
hurry up? Yeah.
be a friend to the presidents. Whenever they were coming here, they would call me even at home to come and serve them. But I have that secret. I think I should reveal it now. But not here. It will be not here.
Can you wind up?
I want to conclude that effective next week, we are beginning an investigation into the rice business trade between Tanzania and Uganda. I sit on the Committee of Trade. And the way I was going to manage this situation was very different the way I'm going now to handle after this induction. And I think the CEO of the East African Business Council, we are going to invite you to the committee. And now that you've said that you will, I think this issue of the rice.
Honorable, don't go to details, please put your question.
I'm concluding. Is now not going to remain a matter of only the trade committee. This is a very crucial matter that truly, because we are supposed to go to Mutukula to look at these things, but your submission, we need to engage you. And when you come, I'm going to inform our clerk and the chairperson that you be part of the persons to be invited to handle this particular aspect. I think after that, we shall come up with a number of propositions.
Can we hear from Honorable Sebamala? Please go straight to the question.
Go slow on the president. One, I have, you know, it right on Ibo's brother, but don't worry, you will be okay. Anyway, first and foremost, I thank you all. I think we are taking the questions for Chidega, for Right Honorable Chidega. One is, there was a constitution review for the East African Constitution. Eh? Is it yeah, you please update us on how far it has gone, because the last I saw, the president was nominating someone and giving money for it to go on. Then the second one is about the petitions that come to you. How many of the petitions that come to the East African Parliament are reviewed timely? What is your rate of return? Thank you.
Thank you. The one in white shirt, I can. Thank you, Honorable. You can tell us your name.
My name is Ngoya John Bosco from the Far East. That is Karamoja. Thank you so much, Honorable Kidega, for the presentation and the rest. I still keep this word from yesterday's presentation by PLO, midwifing. What are these things that you regret you should have done before leaving the East African Legislative Assembly? Because that is the beginning of a sustainable East African sustainable East African cooperation. While those of Odong are struggling to go for the second term, I don't know whether they are comfortable looking at the East African cooperation at the end or as a process. I also see General Masiko. If we are talking about security, at what point are you satisfied as a freedom fighter to let go? Because that is what I think is the crust of this East African cooperation we're talking about. That you are able to see others move when you have actually left the stage. But as of now, we want to be there. So at what point do we say East Africa can stand without us? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from Honorable Kadogo? We are concluding with her.
Thank you, moderator. Honorable Chidega has talked about how the community needs to be sensitized. And indeed, he talked about that the Yala members can ably do this. But earlier, Honorable Musamali had talked about it, that they don't have enough resources to do that. And I do agree with him. In the 10th Parliament, I remember the Committee of EAC used to work closely with the Ministry of East Africa to go out to sensitize the community about the opportunities of integration. My question is, why has the ministry stopped doing so? Because they do have a budget for development, which is supposed to be used in the community to talk about the integration, because the main role of the Ministry of East Africa is to coordinate the activities of the integration. So I'm asking, why has the ministry stopped working? Because if the issue is that the committee has money, now we have a forum, the East African Forum, which can ably do this. So my request is that the ministry can work together with the Forum for East Africa, and they go out to the community to sensitize the community about the benefits and the opportunities of integration.
Thank you. Right Honorable, can you give your answers?
Thank you so much, colleagues and friends. A few reactions, and most of these concerns have actually been addressed by the presentation from yesterday to today. Somebody wrote to send a written one to me that to what extent can PEACA and other parliamentary forums push for implementation of protocol? The first time I engaged with you, I told that the Secretariat of PEACA should do a lot of research and ask and develop questions and distribute to members to ask the different ministers and government on things which are not in line with the agreed position to promote integration. Parliamentary forums can do a lot. And like PEACA is doing a great work actually augmenting what was started by Yala, called the other one, Nanyuki series. So Fora can do a lot. The second one from Comrade Goliugal, Honorable. Do I think representation is effective? Yes, it was. At the time they conceived the rebirth of the community, there was a lot of sensitivity. Now growth has occurred. I think it is time we should review this representation. The integration has deepened. We need to improve a lot of things, including representation. So I think the representation is so far still good, but I think the depth of integration has grown. We need to review. Maybe there should be a basic number for all the countries, and then population quotas be adopted, because effective representation of people is very key. That's my personal opinion. Comrade Mgole, you said you raised very interesting situation that you referred to a few people, and that rotational seating, yes, sensitization, why has it been stopped? No, this is Honorable Kadogo. Yes, who raised it. On funding. Colleagues and friends, members of the National Assembly, you need to help Yala. Yala is the representation of the people of East Africa. I was privileged to have worked the first and the second and the third Yala. The third and the fourth Yala are suffering a unique situation. They lack funding. I think the honorable members will tell you that at one time they were sitting without even allowances, and they have arrears of payment. I think the pressure of partner states to prioritize funding at the community is very key. And you need to work with them closely to push the member state governments to send money to Arusha. It is very key. We used to have what we call rotational seating. That also was very effective in terms of connecting the community and assembly with the people. We used to have sensitization meetings in partner state. We'll go as the entire assembly, moving from country to country. But these people cannot do it now because of absence of resources. So please, I plead with you to help these people to make sure they go back to what used to be done. Honorable, yes, yes. Update on treaty review, yes, that one I cannot do. I've retired about 4 or 5 years ago from the community, but I know my colleagues, Honorable George will be able to give you a proper update. How many petitions? Yes, one of the things that make Parliament very effective is when the people represented by Parliament bring their concerns to Parliament through petition. Honorable Martin Goga told you how I put a committee to go and investigate the relationship of the Maasais in Kenya and Tanzania. It was based on a petition that came from the Maasais. So petitions are a very effective way of addressing concerns of the electorate that need to be encouraged. We used to do that a lot. I don't know whether there anything that came up that I have not attended to, but colleagues and friends, ultimately, regional integration is a very serious project, very sophisticated and very difficult, because it entails ceding of power. I am telling you, if you are to bring that thing nearer to you, that you lose powers to your home, to your son, you'll find how difficult it is. So when now partner states are being demanded to lose power or cede power to Arusha, is a very sophisticated thing, but it is a question of survival, as the president said, a question of prosperity that we have no option but to commit to. I thank you so much, Chairman of PEACA and the management of PEACA, the team, the National Parliament. This integration is ours. May God bless you, and may the East African integration come to pass. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I've got to leave. May God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable.
We want to thank you, Right Honorable Chidega, for your time with us here. And it's still unfortunate we just don't have enough time for what we're trying to achieve here, but next time perhaps we shall have more time so that we can discuss and come up with the resolutions for these meetings. Thank you so much and have a nice evening, Right Honorable.
Can we have the next set of questions? Yes, yes, Honorable, behind there. Yes, yes, Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Batomben Koreang. I come from Karamoja. And I'm particularly going to be making my comments around insecurity and bearing on the presentations of Honorable Major General Masiko and George Odongo. The East African Community Conflict Management Bill was discussed and debated by the Assembly on 29th of May 2012. And to date, seems like we're still seeing that kind of conflict re-emerging and occurring many times around the pastoral communities. I think by then it was still, South Sudan was not yet in, but then that conflict goes beyond the borders up to South Sudan. And in your presentations, you categorically say there are a lot of things that actually don't happen the right way. The Assembly debates, but then the decisions are vetoed by the Council. It seems like, again, we're going back to issues of lamentations, as Professor said yesterday. What should we be discussing here that should help us address some of these issues around the border communities?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From Tor County in Bukwa District, which is in Eastern Uganda.
Make your question in 1 minute.
Yeah. My question goes to the general. We, in Bukwa, we border Kenya, but there are other areas which doesn't have the fiscal boundary. It's just the mark stones. But there comes a time when people want to survey their land, the coordinates read that they are in Kenya. So people have failed to make their, to survey their lands. How can the East African community, because it becomes a security concern, because there is some bit of conflict now, how can we handle it so that our people are in peace? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ibanda.
Thank you so much, Chair. This one goes, I'm Romlicha Ibanda, Gerard MP for Ntoroko County, Ntoroko District. My question goes to General. First of all, General, I want to thank you. Thank the UPDF for the spirit of Pan-Africanism. I think UPDF has done so well. But the spirit of UPDF as an armed force of the Republic of Uganda, helping in intervening in the region, we have the credit. But what are we doing to bring on board other partner states also to do the same? And two, we are seeing things happening in our neighbors, like in DRC Congo. People are being killed, even up to now. We're having our soldiers in Congo doing that operation, but people are being killed. But what they're saying, the agreement is not allowing them to intervene, whereas the other ones are also Congolese, are also Africans. What are we doing in that kind of circumstances where we are in a country where people are being killed in the next village when UPDF is here and is doing nothing? I thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we allow, okay, one lady behind them. Okay, finally.
Thank you very much. My name is Claire Mugumia, woman MP Isinjiro District.
1 minute.
Let me take the opportunity to thank all the presenters for the information they have given us for the elaborate presentation. My question goes to Honorable George Odongo. You have mentioned that our treaty is being rendered, is getting out, its usefulness is getting outlived because of the more member states that are joining EAC. So I was asking, how possible is it to have a review of this treaty so that it can accommodate the new issues and the status of the AC? And I know many countries have joined. I don't know, is it open? How many more countries are we expecting? Have we closed? what is happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we start with Honorable Odongo, 3 minutes, and then General 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for the questions. Let me start with the last question from Honorable Claire about the review of the treaty. And this maybe also goes to answer the initial question that was asked about where the review of the treaty is. Actually, the summit sat and they made a decision that we should review in the context of our moving towards political confederation. Because summit adopted political confederation as a transition model to our ambition of political federation. Now, political confederation will provide us with a framework that allows for partner states to come together. There are going to be sector priorities. And I think they have even identified those areas, and they will be contained in the new treaty that will provide for that dispensation. So at the moment, that process is ongoing. 2 partner states so far have had consultations done. The remaining 4 partner states, as you had in the report, it was contained in the report of the Secretary General of the recent summit, that the process of consultations will take place now in the remaining 4 partner states. Now, that will take care of the emerging issues, which includes expansion of the region, but also the changing context of our regional integration, which includes the issues of international trade, our foreign policy, and all those other things that the community considers very, very important. So those will be contained in the new treaty. Now, the EAC conflict management bill, I think this was asked by Honorable Koreang. Unfortunately, it's not here.
Proceed.
Yeah. We have consistently urged the community, particularly through the Council of Ministers, to come out with a more practical, more robust mechanism to respond to issues of conflict. Because you see, as long as you have 6, 7 partner states, I can guarantee you that there will be a situation where we are going to have conflict situations. And at the moment, the community does not have a sufficient toolbox to deal with that. But again, the EAC defense and security sector is the most integrated in the region. If you interrogate the levels of integration sector by sector, you will find that the most integrated sector, which is actually achieving its objective in spite of the challenges of financing and any other other challenges, the sector that so far is more integrated and achieving the milestones of our integration is actually the defense and security sector. But I think we need to scale it up by expanding its mandate, by looking at the contemporary challenges, and I think the general will speak to that when he's responding to some of the
As you conclude.
Thank you so much. I think that those are the questions that were brought to me, but what you are saying is we need a robust mechanism of responding to issues of conflict management within the community, and I think that is work in progress.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable George. I now call upon Major General Masiko to answer the questions. If you can do 3 minutes or less, the better.
Thank you, Chair. My friend from the Near East, individuals' obstacles to the strategic goal of real security. When we talk of strategic security, we mean the real security. How safe shall we be? Shall we be safe if we are in small enclaves, or we are safer if we had a bigger umbrella over our heads. My view is that individuals are not the obstacle. If the individuals who are here are seeing that as a good thing, why should they be an inconvenience to you? And if you are convinced that's the right thing to do, why should you be? Because God is there to do his work. Nkrumah had a very wonderful answer for Africa. Unfortunately, he didn't live to see. So why are you worried? Whether Masco remains here, the important thing is the vision. But as long as I am here and I'm seeing that's the right thing to be going for, why should you disrupt me? You join me, we all do the thing. The Africans are very wise. They have a saying that there is a problem that soldiers are not enough. Now you are saying the old ones should be put aside. You need everybody. Let me talk about your worry about removing the obstacles. We are not going to invent the wheel. The Mzungu, when he arrived here, had a misconception that the Imperial British East African Company can come occupy this area, do business without a government. They failed. Captain Rugard realized that even when he had bands of people to allow the company to work, minus a real government, the thing couldn't work. So eventually he called upon the mother government, come. And a British protectorate was declared and the governor put here. You are deceiving yourself by pretending to be a government, because you have a legislature, you have a judiciary, you have some bit of bureaucracy, but you are refusing to do what governments do. To say we need to have a federation, a political umbrella. The solution is to have a federal government. That's the answer. The only problem with Africans, they are just still lost. They are like the Jews who wandered around for 40 years. So I want to say the issue is we must be bold. If what you are calling borders,
as you conclude, General,
borders, the real borders would have been walls. Like in Germany, they built a wall. What we have are artificial borders. These things were fictitious. And Buko, I thought that's typical. People of the same village in their chambers were made into two republics. So the more reason you should be saying, please, these artificial borders must be collapsed so that we Africans go back to enjoy our resources. You saw Kiprotich the other day. One Kiprotich was waving Kenyan flag. Another Kiprotich was waving the Uganda flag. If you went near them, were they speaking in French and English to each other? They must have been speaking Kipsubi. So what does that show you? We need to wake up as Africans. Coming here and speaking a lot of English, the answer is, let's boldly say the answer, or our voice should be, the answer is political federation yesterday. Political federation, political federation, political federation. Because there you have a government with teeth. You become a nuisance in the northeastern part, whether you don't run to South Sudan because the police will follow you. The federal police will follow you. You want to run to study, the federal police will find you. But that doesn't mean states cannot have their local things being done like you do in districts, but the Kampala government comes to Karamoja when things need the central government. This is the awareness we need to have. And as real legislators, if we began to have that one voice, this nonsense. The traders, of course, now are beginning to see the inconvenience of this so-called sovereignty. The youth, I think, are also beginning to get initiated with this so-called sovereignty. Where you will be speaking your English, the movement of the people may collapse these borders. They are a nuisance. Really a nuisance. For us in the armies, I think we are not, as somebody was saying, are you with the same spirit? I think we are beginning to get there. Because after all, when the fire is on, we are the ones who suffer the brunt. So we are more anxious than people who are lost. Anxious to have one command in chief, the joint command. We are looking for that today. It's you who are delaying us. So thank you. I want to say, really, the resolution should be those people who are making the constitution of the Confederation should speed up, because the idea is that they should now make a constitution, not a treaty. We have professors there, we have people there. They should quicken the process. A constitution is made and we get independence. Real freedom means having real security under a bigger umbrella. You look at South Africa, Republic of South Africa. It's a huge thing. The Bazungu, when they took it over, they didn't break it up. And it's sticking. Congo was unfortunate, but you could see the thieves kept the whole thing big. The thieves, a hunting ground, they kept it big. Now, supposing we, in another way, declared that map, which I see here, a federal republic of East Africa, we should really be at the real answer, not
Thank you,
beat about
General. Time is running out, but there is a hand there. I think he wants to make an intervention, but
A small one. My intervention, my intervention is about the fact that I want this to go to General and the Commander-in-Chief.
it's not a question,
Just a comment. As we integrate, we are using people. We are talking about people. And it is us that are fostering these things. In Africa, the smallest unit of integration are those small kings and chiefs you're talking about. Who didn't do that? But today, when the movement government was coming into power, NRA, the Kabaka was called in to mobilize such that we can have this good government that you're talking about today. That is why I am saying, at the time when you want the East African community to integrate, don't despise or undermine the strength of those small kings and chiefs. Actually, they are the building block to a bigger block. So with this rhetoric of those small kings, those small chiefs, those small things, actually is what that humility melts mountains. Humility melts mountains. Let's build those small blocks into something big than keep despising what they are.
Thank you, Honorable
thank you.
Solomala. I think, I don't know whether General wants to intervene, but may I?
Yes, we need to respect our heritage. And actually among the goals, if you look at this paper, we need to respect our heritage, but get out progressive elements of that heritage. There is a proverb in many African cultures that please don't use this hide. And the other one insists, you know, I used it for my son who died. The mentality of these chiefdoms who did not see the importance of building greater territories. You remember Africa, there were empires which would rise and collapse. That was the undoing of Africa. And you are saying we go back to the same mistake. I thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you. I call upon our presenter, I think for the final presenter who made a presentation here, Mr. Kalisa. Just to answer when you're there, I think. If there's a question, if there's not, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And I want to, the question raised to me, it's not a question and it's a recommendation.
on the committee that is being constituted to investigate the issue of rice imports, perhaps distinct to Uganda. I think that issue, even the president, His Excellency, will touched on it during the summit. And this is the issue of all the integration. One, that integration is there to promote efficient producer. If Tanzania is an efficient producer of rice, then we shouldn't protect the inefficient producer in Uganda. What we should do, we should be importing from, we create a conducive environment to import that rice from Tanzania. So the issue has been that some lobbyists do go in the ears of the Minister of Trade, say, no, let's put a ban on the rice from Tanzania. And that has a warfare implication to our consumers in Uganda. And it creates what we call cartels. And you find even some of the politicians get involved. So that dilutes the importance of the integration. The integration should be there to complement each other, not to compete. So that's, I'm happy to join the team. And again, it's not only the issue of rice. There are other issues. We always impose a lot of protectionism to the regionally produced goods in our region. That's why I said the intra-regional trade is very low because of emerging NTBs that inhibit our intra-regional trade.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, CEO. At this juncture, I just want to request for a round of applause for our presenters, for ably making a presentation and also answering the subsequent questions that were made. And maybe just to one key point which the CEO Kalisa made was that he will provide resources for this committee, PEACA, and the committee on ESC to move around the borders, plus the ministers. So maybe the chair, you'll follow up on that one because it's an opportunity that you need to exploit. Thank you so much. My co-chair here, Honorable, you can make your final.
Thank you, the participants and the presenters. I think now people are going to be elected to Ayala. You know the issues you should present to us because a number of issues were raised here. If you come and promise us that you are going to address them, that is the starting point. But finally, my own observation, I never wanted to ask General, is about the question of natural resources. They will use rice when their target is gold. We need to address that one. Thank you.
Honorable members, thank you so much for being this patient. A round of applause for our chairperson and chair lady for the wonderful job done. Okay. We are now coming to the final session of today. We're going to have remarks from a few individuals. First, I'm going to ask Cyrus, Honorable Cyrus, in 2 words, not more than that, 2 minutes actually, not words, 2 minutes. Come and pass a vote of thanks to everyone. After Cyrus, we shall hear from the clerk, Parliament, East African Legislative Assembly. Then we shall hear from the Secretary General, the representative of the Secretary General of IARA, and then we shall close with a word of prayer and the national anthem. In 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, my name once more, Silas Augon, the Member of Parliament representing the people of Kumi Municipality, and I am the Vice Chair of PEACA. So I stand here on behalf of my chair, who has run out to handle other issues that are urgent, but I'm here to thank you because I can tell you wholeheartedly, first of all, the people who have stayed up to this moment are people who deserve not to miss heaven at all. In the same vein, colleagues, when you go back for campaigns in the 2026 race, I want to prophesy, not like Professor Lumumba, that God will be on your side, protect your votes, protect your wisdom so that you know what to do, guard your vote, and you'll be able to return without any problem at all. That one I say in Jesus' name because I know he will answer the prayer. Amen. Allow me to thank His Excellency in absentia for having accepted to grace our event here. That was wonderful. Number two, to appreciate the Speaker of Parliament, together with the Deputy Speaker. They did support us a lot, including even giving a helping hand in terms of financing. We want to appreciate them a lot. We want to appreciate Professor Lumumba. You know, he gave a speech that had fire in it. Yes, sometimes we talk, but without fire. He spoke with the fire in his submission. And that raised the level of our event. And I can tell you, this will now remain in the digital platforms for such a long time. People will always be referring to those quotes. He said this while attending to an event organized by PEACA. To me, that's a wonderful thing. And we are the first forum, I think, in East Africa to host him and have him speak with such fire. Allow me to appreciate the ministers who were present. I think we had Honorable Bahati. We also want to appreciate our partners. Siatini, I don't know whether they have left. You know, this event was slated to have taken place early enough. But because of certain challenges, we were not able to. But these are the people who started with us. So they stood with us. Can we applaud them because they did a lot? Siatini, ARC, Oxfam. I don't know whether Oxfam is still here. Siatini, can you first stand up and we clap for you properly? Siatini, even if there is one person just left, hey, thank you so much. We've seen you. You are not just an empty NGO. You are doing a lot of work. Hey, Siatini, Oxfam, where are you? Let us applaud them. I know food in Munyonyo is very expensive, but they did a lot. We had the Stanbic Bank. Let us appreciate them. Is there anybody still around? And then PEACA. Allow me to ask the members of our secretariat. Can you stand up for proper recognition and appreciation? Diana and Allen and the rest. They are here, 3 of them. They have worked with the fire. Hey, and they have delivered. I think that is the kind of content that we need in East Africa in terms of integration. So we are integrating properly. Let me appreciate the moderators. Honorable Enos, thank you so much. You did so well. The Yala Uganda chapter, headed by Honorable George Odongo. You did a wonderful job. Father, I support your members see you because you see, we are eager. I want to see those faces always. Hey, please rise up. This is your home. We are proud of you. We know even government decided that you go back for you who are on the other side of the river. They decided that you go back the very way you are for a certain reason. I, of course, speak without controversy. I know what I'm talking about. So thank you so much. I want to say this has been a great event. The Honorable Dan Kidega is such a resource. And he has always promised that whenever we have an issue to discuss, even when we call him at midnight, he will pick up his call. I think that is the kind of quality, the quality that we need as East Africa. So East Africa needs integration. It is a must. It should not be just a request, but that is the way to go. We are going to be there. Whoever has participated here will be blessed automatically. Whenever I say my things, God follows up and things happen. I pray and I say that God protect you as you go home, give you journey mercies. Please, when you call up, when we call you again to come, return here and we talk about East Africa. It is our time. It is integration time, widening and deepening the integration. And we are going for football. I think next we want to go to Kinshasa. I don't know who will say no. Yes, because if we talked about integration, if we are talking about widening and deepening, let's take it to Congo. I thank you so much for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cyrus. He's the MP for Kumi Municipality, Kumi District, and he's our vice chair of the forum. Give him a round of applause for that. Honorable members, we are now coming to the conclusion of today, but I want to remind you that immediately after the next two speeches or remarks, we will have a cocktail organized for us. I will be telling you the venue immediately after the last person. And then I must also inform you that things related to logistics, because you will see that there was something to do with the logistics. There's a lady called Aden. She will give you details on how and when and in what manner. Then I want also, first, before we get to the conclusion, I want to recognize the other contestants who are with us here. Just stand up for recognition. Other than the 6, any other contestant? Independent tickets? Any other? That's all. She's contesting on the independent ticket. Of course, the 6, the 6 NRM members, you have already been introduced. We need to clap for them. They have been with us from the start until now. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to invite Clerk to Yara to come and make your remarks. And after Clerk, I will ask the representative of the Secretary General to come and give closing remarks. Clerk to Yara. Procedure and any other issue, we shall wait until Tuesday next week. Yes, it's procedure right to exclude the 7 because the 6 are very critical.
Thank you. My name is Alex Lumumbo Batre, Clerk of the Assembly. I came along with Emile Kirunji Okema. You can stand up for recognition. And Priscilla Amoding. In the interest of time, let me begin by saluting the leadership of PEACA, the members of the Parliament of Uganda on PEACA, members of the East African Legislative Assembly, whom I must admit are one of the best in the Assembly. The last 2 days have been fruitful. We have heard from various presenters. We have also heard from His Excellency. In summary, they realize that integration is the way to go. To the participants, I recognize your enthusiasm and zeal. The key points you have raised, I have taken note of them as the Clerk of the Assembly, and I'll transmit them to the various committees. Fortunate for us, the Republic of Uganda has led the way, as it always does. PEACA is a new addition to our vocabulary. The EAC speakers shall be having a meeting sometime in October, and
I being the secretary to the forum, this message will be sent to the EAC speakers. Previously, we have gotten a number of resolutions passed through the EAC speakers, and they have worked. One of them was establishment of ministries of EAC. This is in existence. We now have ministries responsible for EAC. The interparliamentary games was also achieved through the EAC speakers. The Nanyuki series, same. Therefore, the resolution that all the partner states establish PEACAs, which then shall be complementary, I can assure you that will be adopted. I look forward to the report of this meeting so that I take the message forward. Last but not least, we are in the process of signing an MOU with PEACA Uganda. We have concluded our review of the MOU. We have sent it back to Parliament of Uganda. I believe before the next speakers forum in October, we shall have the MOU signed, and it shall be the basis for presenting the report of this meeting so that we collectively agree that PEACAs are the way to go. They will empower parliaments, and we look forward to that. I thank you.
Thank you, Clerk. May I now ask the representative of the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly come and give your remarks? Secretary General, sorry.
Honorable members of parliament gathered here. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol is observed. My names are Alhaji Rashidi Kiboa. Substantively, I'm Director for Trade at the EAC Secretariat. But in the context of this meeting, I stand before you to represent the Secretary General of the EAC. Primarily, honorable members, the Secretary General of the EAC, Ambassador, Honorable Dr. Peter Matuki Mutuki, greets you all and has wished you very good deliberations, just the way I have witnessed the deliberations transpiring. I want to thank the partners here, beginning with PEACA, who have made us gather and deliberate on the important issues relating to the EAC cooperation and integration. Together with other partners like EAC, Seattle, Oxfam, Stambing, you are the champions of the development of East Africans.
and the champions for making us realize the mission of 2050 of the EAC, that is lifting the standards of the people of East Africa to middle income status by 2050. My most sincere thanks go to you colleagues who have persisted up to this moment, the late hours of today, that you have persevered to go through all the deliberations despite your heavy schedules in order to come out with tangible recommendations to take EAC forward. How do I proceed with thanking all of you, ladies and gentlemen, without thanking His Excellency, the President of Uganda, who accepted to come and open and grace our occasion. Special thanks to him for championing and mothering East Africa. Those of you who live and engage with Arusha more frequently and more closely, you'll know that he's a pillar of the EAC integration, and we thank him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I was not able to attend the deliberations of yesterday because I didn't know about the protocol requirements relating to COVID. So when I arrived, I was told I needed a PCR. But even then, today's chair summarized it all when she said that you agreed that Uganda's interest or the focus of this meeting, as per yesterday, is that you work within the context of promoting common infrastructure, promoting trade and investment competitiveness in the EAC region, as well as ensuring peace and prosperity for the region. And then the chair added that along with those three, you wanted to answer three fundamental questions. One, are the people on board with this integration? Are people on board with this integration? Two, is the private sector with us as we move along? And three, as we move on, is trade improving? A lot has been said about how we are performing at the trade level. I will not go into that. So I listened attentively this morning into the scorecard in relation to the other remaining two questions. One, are the people with us? And is the private sector with us? The representative of the civil society, in his remarks, he said that there is this rather restrictive narrative. I'm packaging it more diplomatically. But the idea was that we need to open up more the people's voices and participation in this integration. Then I listened to the lady who represented the private sector. I could hear the language was like, if eventually people, if she acknowledged that people are moving, but she said, if labor eventually moves, and if eventually our project, the EAC project, works out. So from the two voices, including the one of my friend CEO JB of the EABC, the indication was that we need to do more. We need to do more in light of the three questions that you set for ourselves. So colleagues, since our interaction is taking place at a time when we expect, actually, the treaty provides for this integration being people-centered and private sector-driven. But I know that a framework for private sector and civil society and people interaction with their Secretary General is enshrined in the Constitution, in the EAC Treaty. And it was, for this year, it was supposed to take place around June in Nairobi, but it has been postponed. My request to the people representatives is that let us take advantage. I know for the EABC and the private sector, they have an observer status, but probably for the civil society and other representatives, we need to open up more. But let's use that framework which already exists as we try to build on more. As part of my contribution, I hope in this round of engagement between the civil society and private sector, we will address the issue of how we should bring on more of the private sector and the people's voices into the integration process. Because in principle, it is a treaty matter and it's already rested. The challenge is that how do we do it better? I want to turn to some few questions which were raised on the floor. Because I thought in terms of technical contribution to the discussions here, I would point out what the parliament of Uganda and other East African parliaments could do to take the EAC integration process forward. But Honorable Kidega said it all, and I will just summarize it and probably emphasize on a few points. Legislation, funding, oversight, which I prefer technically to call monitoring and evaluation. But very critically, he also mentioned mainstreaming, ensuring that government programs, policies, systems, practices embrace the EAC integration process. That one is also a given and is agreed. But to me, the trick and the challenge is how do we do it? That's where people always find problems. I used to work in the ministries of Uganda before I went to the EAC. And there was this parliamentary requirement that every policy statement must include mainstreaming of cross-cutting issues like environment, gender, human rights, and so on and so forth. So what the ministries would do would just ensure that you just get in every page of a policy statement, you just add the gender sensitive, environment sensitive, rights based. And that would ensure and rest the case of mainstreaming of cross-cutting issues. Respected members of parliament, it involves more than that. If a project like the oil pipeline from Uganda to URT or to Tanga is being built. And we have to mainstream the cross-cutting issues. We need to have the capacity to see how this can be done, not by mere insertion within the statement of ESC sensitive, ESC blah, blah. There is a lot that has got to be done to mainstream ESC in the policy outlook of Uganda. And you parliamentarians being key centers in the policy architecture of the country, you need to be aware of this and you see how to do it properly. Something else was also mentioned by Honorable Kidega, and so many people have talked about it. That is awareness. Awareness of the people of Uganda about ESC integration. Agreed. The people need to know about ESC integration. But there is a critical component and dimension of awareness, which is very rarely mentioned. Awareness by the bureaucrats, by the technicians who come to Arusha to negotiate and implement the ESC integration project. A blanket assumption is always made that the bureaucrats in our partner states are aware of this integration. What it is about. The security imperatives, the way Mr. Masiko was talking about. But just as much as the security detail relating to ESC integration is about, even the economic details is so intensive. It is so intensive. We cannot compete as individual partner states. We cannot attract investment. We cannot build viable infrastructure if we do it single-handedly as partners. So even our economic survival is at risk. So these bureaucrats who come to Arusha in the ministries of finance, in the ministries of trade, in the ministries of justice, many of them do not understand this project. So this general blanket assumption that the commissioners, the undersecretaries who are in the driving seat of this integration, that they are on board, I think is fallacious and it needs to be addressed. We need to bring them into big holes like this and tell them why we need this integration. I remember when I was still working in the Ministry of Gender in 2001, I thought I knew about the state and but when I was taken to Changkwanzi by Honorable Masiko in 2001, and I was told about the state and my responsibility as an officer, as a government officer within the state structure, that's when I woke up. So my point is that we may need to pick a leaf from that and ensure that all the people who are in charge of the key agendas in the region, including the ESC, are part and parcel of this mainstream. That's what I wanted to complement in terms of the awareness. That perspective of lack of awareness on the part of key people in sensitive places needs to be addressed because it is a big gap. It is a big non-tariff barrier to the EAC integration. I listen to them when they come to the EAC. I've been in the EAC for 7 years now. It is restrictive. It is too nationalistic in quotes, because if you say you are protecting nationalistic interests, which in their very respective sizes at national level are not viable, then you are not even being nationalistic. So, colleagues, I hope you bring that one on board. I also want to talk about the funding, because it has been emphasized. First of all, I want to thank you for allocating resources which come to Arusha. The Waganda say, if you want to complain about the size of the meat, you first pocket the little one. And then, so we are very grateful for the monthly paycheck and the resources that come to sustain the few programs. But the former EAC Minister for the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Bahiga, when he was swearing in our last Secretary General from the Republic of Burundi, he told us of the genesis of the EAC and why they created the executive and the system in Arusha. And it all relates to Pan-Africanism and our entire independence struggles. That they agreed that their states were not viable and they needed to move together. That's why they even preferred to delay their independence so that they all get it on the same day. That within that framework, they agreed that they would have an establishment in Arusha where most of the cooking, planning, strategizing for the newly independent East African states was supposed to take place. So they agreed that Arusha would be their center. Their best brains and best committed people would be based in Arusha. That's how the Secretariat came to be. So my point in relation to funding is that don't fund in such a way that that place gets dominated by non-stakeholders. Ensure that in that cooking, the Arusha cooking, the Arusha planning and strategizing, that you are able to fund it. If you give a lot of space for entry for other parties from outside the region or from outside the continent for that matter, we might get into trouble. So I wanted to emphasize that it's up to you as people who are in charge of the funding aspects of the EAC integration process to ponder over. Ladies and gentlemen, your meeting is taking place at a time when the EAC has just been joined by the DRC. It is also taking place at a time when the EAC partner states have just joined the African Continental Free Trade Area. Your meeting is also taking place at a time when the economies of EAC are just recovering from the negative impacts, negative and far-reaching impacts of COVID-19. So we need to take care of all that environment and ensure that the recommendations and the resolutions of this meeting are taken forward. The EAC Secretary General will be waiting for the report of your meeting and your recommendations. We are so interested and we have a lot of hope. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I want to end by thanking you for persevering up to this moment. And also thank you for listening to me. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Alhaj Rashid Chivowa, for those wonderful remarks. Honorary members, colleagues, let's give him a hand of applause. And I think you should also give another round for yourselves for having been here since morning. We've come to the end of today, and actually it's the end of forum engagement, two-day engagement. We are now going to, I'm going to ask that we raise to sing the national anthems, and then we shall close with a word of prayer from Honorable Mary Mujenyi. You close the session with a word of prayer. So we start with the anthems, the reverse order. That's what I've been advised. The first stanza, yes. We are not finishing. First. Prayer comes last. Okay. Can somebody help us, lead us? Where do we have the second microphone? Oh, you can actually come and do both at once. No, you come and use this. Come and use this. We start with the prayer.
I wanted to suggest, honorable colleagues, that once we have sung the national anthems, that's the end. So let's start with a word of prayer. Father in heaven, we are here before you to thank you and to glorify your name. We thank you for all the goodness that you have shown us throughout the 2 days that we have been here. Thank you for the East African community. Thank you for the work that has been so far done. Lord, we want to commit to you into your hands the work that yet has to be done. We thank you for our leadership. We thank you for President Museveni and other leaders that started the East African community and have sustained it until now. We thank you for the Council of Ministers. We thank you for the Secretariat and all the other institutions of the EAC that are functioning. We give glory to you. We are not growing smaller, we are growing bigger. We are deepening our integration. Thank you, Father in heaven. And for this, we want to commit to you once again in your hands that we way forward, we grow even bigger. Thank you for the people that have organized this training. And thank you for the Parliament of East Africa. We thank you for the Parliament of Uganda, and we thank you for IALA. All this we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Okay, let's sing the national anthem. I'm not good at singing, so we need a volunteer who has a better voice than I do. Honorable Dongo. Asanteni sana.